Good evening, folks. Here we are. It's Sunday. Oh boy, another Sunday. Yeah, just getting a couple things set up. Hey, Andy, great to see you, bud. Great to see you. Dojo, hi. I know where you were. I would have liked to have stayed there. But I play his stuff, his Sundays back within a day or two. Yeah, yeah. I tell you what, yeah. I'm gonna wait till there's some folks in the house, and I'm doing a big shout out for that boy. Um, hey, Nature's Beauty, great to see you. Hey, Bank Beaters, Fishing and Survival, welcome to the Sty Shack. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Yeah, we'll give folks a little while to come in. It'll be like a typical Sty Story Sunday. We'll get the story going right at about the half hour mark. And hey, Mike, Hike with Mike's in the house. Great to see you. Yeah, I caught up on your videos pretty much there, Mike. I I fell way behind, but I've been catching up the last couple of days. Yeah, yeah. And as always, guys, if you haven't checked each other's channels out, if you see any new ones pop up, make sure to get over there and check them out and give them some support. Oh, I see. Bank beaters, you're just getting started up. Hey, guys, there we go. There we go. Another channel that you guys got to check out. He's got a channel intro up. Let's help this fella get going. You betcha. You betcha. And so one thing I don't like is whenever I move around on my system, I got to pull the popped out chat back up and blah, blah, blah. That'll change when I get my new studio gear in here. Hey, Sean Carl, great to see ya. Great to see ya. Oh, no problem. Bank beaters. Hey, we all love our outdoor folks. Thanks, Nature's Beauty. Yeah, I still haven't gotten my hands on an iron to iron out these fold creases that were in it when I hung it up. But I figure I've got 30 days and that one's coming down and my winter scene's going up. So I'm getting my winter scene all ironed out nice before I hang it up. Oh yeah, Mike, I bet you are. I bet you are looking forward to getting back out to the green swamp, especially with Campfire Steve. I want to thank anybody that headed over to Crystal's channel to our five adventures last night and watched Gil Skills and Crystal and I eat those 2 times hot noodles last night. Yeah, nature's beauty. It'll have snow everywhere. That new backdrop is pure winter. Pure winter. Oh, your power was down, eh, Andy? Yeah, we had right at the end of our noodle challenge, and Gil was going over to his channel to start his stream. It started storming here, and it stormed hard. I went over and watched his stream for a little bit, and there were so many lightning flashes just right outside of my building here. I was thinking, with all the electronics up and running, I don't think I want to keep things up and going. So shut the computer off, and I just stuck a movie in the DVD player. I actually, if I could have put a dab of sour cream on top of all of that and threw some kind of meat in it, I would have ate that as a meal, actually, Dojo. Oh, one of those mystery power outages, huh? Whoa, Sean, 6.5 inches of rain. Oh, I wouldn't want that. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, yeah. Well, he didn't live at the bottom of the ocean. Now he does. That's 6.5 inches of rain. Wow, wow. The next 2 days are the best 2 days I've got for a week to be outdoors at all. So I'm gonna take the chance and give this ankle of mine a little workout tomorrow. This ankle just don't want to heal up. Swelling's down. I'd say the swelling's down 95%. I mean, it's a little swollen still, but hurts like the devil. So I got to get out there and start working it, get some of that pain out of it, and I'm gonna give it a good workout, but I ain't gonna over push it. I got about a 3 mile hike I want to take tomorrow. Then if the weather's about the same the next day, I'm gonna go visit a couple more. I'm gonna go to a waterfall tomorrow, and then the next day I may go visit a few more waterfalls that aren't too far to hike into. Gemma, sweetheart. Hey, great to see you, girl. Great to see you. I haven't been saying nothing, but I've been over catching your posts, your videos. Yeah, girl. It is always so good to see Gemma. Yeah, yeah. Bank Peters, thanks. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that does kind of look like a new photo. Yes, it is. Looking over in the chat, the icons are so small. Mike saying we had some fall like weather down here in the tropics. Nice cool breeze and low humidity, just like paradise. Turquoise blue sky. Loved it. Oh, I bet you did. I bet you did. Today actually was supposed to be one of our best days for the next 7. And today was, gloomy out there. Real cloudy, real cloudy. We didn't get any rain. There was a 10% chance rain. We didn't get any. Um, but it was cloudy. And tomorrow and the next day, 20% chance of rain both days and cloudy. So I figure it'll be like today, but it's supposed to be warmer the next 2 days. So I figure that might be a little easier on my ankle if it's a little warmer. It's not too cold yet. But um, but yeah. Oh, hey, Chuck. Hey, hi. Oh, that's nice that Dojo was able to cheer you up yesterday, Gemma. That's good. Dojo's good for that. Hey, Eric Conklin. Good evening. Great to see you. Great to see you. Sean saying warmer here all next week. I need it to dry out. Oh, I bet. I bet. Um, yeah, you get that kind of rain. That's when you're hoping for a nice dry spell to let that rain all soak in and get soaked up and let it dry out a bit. Yeah, I almost didn't have a video going up for tomorrow morning, my usual Monday and Friday morning videos, Um, but I managed to get one edited and it's going up in the morning so folks can keep their eyes out for that one coming up. It's a little different from what Sty usually does. It's not a video from out at camp. It's not an I'm not outdoors. I'm right here in the studio on that video, but I think you'll like it. Oh, Gemma fun. Went to an Elvis tribute concert. That's cool. Yeah, the Styac would have come in handy, eh, Sean? Yeah, paddle that around. Yeah, it's not a whitewater Styac. Be a little interesting. You know, light to moderate, um, fast running water. I'd feel plenty safe in it. But you start getting up to any heavy rapids at all, I wouldn't want to be in that thing. Chuck says, trying out my new laptop. Bugs are eating me up, and it's too dark to see the keyboard. Oh, that's a bummer. You get your new laptop, and the bugs are trying to eat you. Oh, I had cars floating. Hey, wait, Tucson. Good to see you, Michelle. Thanks for popping over. I'm just loving watching you and Richard on your band project. You guys are just going to town. Hi, Supermom. Welcome to the Sty Shack. Charlie Gordon. Hey. Great to see you, Charlie. Our Conklin's been out hiking in the woods twice this week. The pain is real. Yeah, I'm not. I'm trying to get my ankle back in shape, but I've been off my feet since the last camp a week ago. So a week of not really doing much of anything. Yeah, I think the next 2 days are going to take their toll on me, but I'm ready for it. I got to get out there. Michelle said, I put up another vid today about clearing stuff out of the house. Yeah, I saw that you were doing that. You're sorting through all of your DVDs or CDs or something. Yeah. Oh, that's a chore. That's a chore. Um, Thanks, Andy. Hi, Crazy Ann. Hey, sweetheart. Good to see you. Very good to see you. Oh, yeah, it was DVDs. I just started it and then I got pulled away, and then I got it watching somebody stream before mine started, and then I realized I didn't finish that. I gotta go back. So Michelle, I'll finish that probably tonight yet after the stream. Mike says, I can't believe I haven't camped out since July. Busy fall, though. Looking forward to it. Good. Oh, it wasn't too bad, eh, Michelle? About an hour and a half. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. And it's another task out of the way, right, girl? Dojo says, I haven't camped out since I was 18. I'm now 38. LOL. Well, I tell you what, if you were closer, Dojo, we'd have you out in camp, man. Definitely, I would have you out in camp. Yeah, one more thing done. When I watched the video of Richard pulling the seats out, um, the stowaway seats, I never even thought of it. I couldn't believe it when I'm watching. I'm going, "Gee whiz, you didn't even think of that? Wow, the storage you guys have below floor level. That's I thought, oh boy, does that make life better that having that storage." Yeah, Gemma's only got 2 more weeks and she hits 31. Hi, Evie Bubbles. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Yeah, Andy's been quite dressed this last few days. Yeah, Andy, best to say happy birthday now so you don't forget. Yeah, he did a good job pulling those out, Michelle. Yeah, the 3 bolts and a couple of screws holding that trim down. And once he got that first one out of there, the second one came out real fast. Well, hi, AJ. Yeah. Yeah, he was very excited. I I bet. I felt bad for him because this is no kidding either, Michelle. Maybe you shouldn't tell him. About 14 feet from me, on the one end of my pantry, I've got a section that's just for tools that I keep around the house, and I got a deep well 15 that he needed. He's going through all those wrenches trying to get the one that'll just work. And I had it sitting right here and I felt bad. I thought, oh God, I wish I was a block away. I would have ran that right to him. Oh, hey, Peppers, good to see ya. Great to see you. Thanks for coming over. Sunday evenings can be pretty busy. There's a lot going on. A lot of folks have streams going on. And just so you folks know, where Sty is before my stream, and I mean right up to within 5 minutes of me going live, I'm over at MBA's, over at Mountain Bushcrafters Alliance, MBA. I encourage anybody and everybody to go over and sub to him. It will not be a waste of your time, and you will be drawn back there. Oh, yeah, we're friends, Peppers. Yeah. Yeah, Michelle, we're not tool people. LOL, it's okay. Well, he's got the good basic stuff. He's got all the good basic stuff that a person typically needs. But sure enough, they got to come up with that one tool, that one size that you don't have. Our content says in the green room getting last minute makeup touches. Oh, Evie, you were watching E-Way Smike at the same time. Yeah. Mike says, I lent my awesome toolbox to my daughter's former boyfriend, never got it back. I miss that toolbox so much. Oh, I know how that feels, Mike. Been there, done that a couple of times. I'd go down to, we had this kind of an outlet store, and they sold loose hand tools. I go down there and I would buy 6 or 8 half-inch box end, open end wrenches, 9/16. There was a couple others, and screwdrivers, cheap screwdrivers, because every time one of my boys borrowed one, they disappeared. And I'd say, "Where is my half-inch wrench?" "I don't know. I set it right here when I was done with." Well, right here it ain't. So I would buy a lot of throwaway ones, because what the boys would do is they'd use them and leave them in their cars. And hey, Boomer, great to see you, bud. Great to see you. Thanks, Peppers. Yeah, yeah. Um, I want to double check, but I'm pretty sure I caught you earlier. Um, oh yeah, you're covered. You're covered. Yeah, Johnny Scoville's Tube of Terror. I'll never forget when I first went to your channel and I saw that. I just I laughed actually. uh, and Jim's in the house. Good to see you, Jim Dunn. Um, lots of great folks. Let's see here. Mike's saying, way too son. I'm just glad my daughter is no longer with them. It was worth losing the toolbox. Yeah, sometimes you have to look at it as, well, it worked out okay. It was a worthwhile investment, you know. Our conference says Sears went out of business here about 5 years ago. I snatched up a bunch of Craftsman tools. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? Okay, Michelle, enjoy your chili. I got all the fixins for burritos. I went and picked up fresh lettuce and tomatoes this morning, and I got all the fixins, but I haven't had any yet. So I had fixed the meat yesterday and then realized I'm doing the hot noodle challenge last night. So why the heck would I even want burritos before I did hot noodles? It just didn't make sense to me. So, and I planned on eating them today, and I ended up not. I had some really good Thuringer summer sausage, and I sliced that up and had a couple of sandwiches of that. That's Hey, Evie says Ralph is at his desk tinkering as usual. Yeah, what else does Ralph do? Right? That's yeah, flea markets are another great place to get tools. Yard sales. Yeah, Conklin, that's right. Your last comment? Yeah, YouTube had caught it that you had this very conversation with your mother about your son. Yeah. There's Ralph. Hey, Ralph. Dutch Prepper came in right behind Ralph. Great to see both of you. Signing into the Sty Shack. Yeah, grab a chair up front. Chuck says, transition complete to my indoor facilities. There you go. Yeah, tools coming up missing, isn't that? Yeah, yeah, Boomer. That's, yeah. Yeah, yeah, Sean. That was a little indiscretion on the language. Me and a few others that have done these challenges had said that sometimes these hot challenges, you end up with involuntary language. It's like involuntary muscle spasms, you know. Yeah. But last night wasn't bad. Yeah. Warsaw Patriot, great to see you. It's been a little while. Awesome. Wonderful that you're here. Boomer says, I had to go take my son's plates off and had to spend 30 minutes looking for a screwdriver. Yeah, isn't that a bummer? Now that I'm a bachelor, ex-wife is gone, and I have no kids living at home, I'm running into tools all the time. And I'm going, in fact, it was just a few days ago, I ran into a brand new pack of nice screwdrivers, nice big screwdriver set. I think it's got 8 screwdrivers in it. Never been open. I'm going, what do I need all these screwdrivers for? I got drawers full of them. I don't run out of tools anymore. In fact, I end up with more than I need. Warsaw is saying that it's been busy. I'm frustrated. I'm trying to post a video, but YouTube is giving me the finger. Oh, isn't that the bummer? Hey, Lulu. Hello. Hello. Oh, there's another sweet gal, folks. Lulu. Lulu, love you. And Will the Rocker just came on in. Great, great, great. We got a great group in the house here. I got just a couple more minutes and I'll get into the Sty story and then we'll get back into open chat. Yeah, Art Conklin. Yeah, Bachelor Life rocks. Just saying. Well, and that's it. Is I'm finding that my lady friends today truly understand how much I value my my bachelor life. Chuck says, I've done the noodles. Only thing that bothered me was my lips, but I sewed them back on. See, and that was me last night. I actually liked it. I actually enjoyed the noodles. I really did. And like I said earlier, if I would have put a little dab of sour cream on top, I would have. I'd eat those again, but as a meal, I would take my sweet time eating them like I would eat normal food. You do those challenges, everybody tries to slam them down, you know. Will saying I'm getting up early. I have to go to the dentist for a checkup again. LOL. Oh, I'm glad I don't have to do that. Evie said, not a YouTube Warsaw. You don't want me to punish it. LOL. Do you want me to punish it? Punish it. Boomer saying there were over 6,000 worth of tools over there between me and my dad that are nowhere to be seen now. Oh, ouch. And again, I can really sympathize, man. I can really sympathize. I had a full Snap-on toolbox, stood about 4.5 feet tall. I think it had a total of 9 drawers, plus the worktop, and it was cram-packed full. I had every possible puller that you could imagine. I had everything you needed to literally rebuild a vehicle from the ground up. I think I had 17 pickle forks for, I don't know why I had so darn many, but I had different size ones for knocking out ball joints and tie rod ends and all that. There ain't a one of them left. There's nothing left out of that Snap-on toolbox, and that Snap-on toolbox completely full. Yeah, that was a little over $3,000, almost $4,000. And then the specialty tools were another couple of grand, and they're all gone. Hi, Angel. Angel, crazy Angel. I fell way behind her. I'm gonna kind of speed read through a little of this. Angie, hi. Angie snuck in. Don't think I can be seen on here. Night, guys. What? What? What do you mean you can't be seen on here? Don't you dare sneak away, girl. I can't be seen on here. Oh, yes, you can. We see you. No, old man, you're not late. I'm just trying to catch up real quick. That's how not late you are. Yep, Chuck slowed me down. Oh, okay, guys. Okay, I'm gonna get on with the Sty story. It's 7:31. Tonight's Sty story. Title of it's Hit and Run. Hey, Ludwig. It's you're gonna be. Hi, Jeff. You're gonna be. Oh, okay, Angie. Next time, girl. Next time. But this story goes back when I was just a troublesome little monster, little kid. I'm trying to think. I think I was 10 years. Yeah, I was about 10 years old at the time. And I don't know, because I got followers from all over the world. I don't know how you folks celebrate Halloween or anything of the sort in the fall of the year. Well, when I was growing up, everybody decorated their yards up and everything for Halloween, right? Well, one big thing was, hi, Sty, was we'd like to make dummies. You know, you grab an old pair of slacks and a shirt and an old hat and a pillowcase to make a head out of, and an old pair of tennis shoes or boots, and you'd stuff it full of leaves or straw or whatever you had, and you make a dummy, you know. And a lot of people had these dummies in their decorations in their yards and stuff. And well, we found one that us kids, us neighborhood kids, we found one in the neighbor's yard that it looked awful real. I mean, it really looked awful real. Well, we snatched them up. We stole the dummy out of their backyard. One thing that doesn't mix is a dummy in the hands of a bunch of 10-year-old boys, you know. Well, there was about four or five of us, and we hauled that dummy around trying to figure out what we're going to do with him, because he's so real looking. We got to come up with something interesting to do with him. Well, the town I lived in was virtually an island. You had to cross water to get to our town. You had to cross a bridge one way or the other. You're crossing a bridge over a nice wide channel someplace, because it was just interlaced lake all around, and literally our town was an island. Well, we hauled that dummy to this one bridge. And this was a good bridge, too. It was a wide bridge. It was only 2 lanes of traffic, 1 lane going each way, but it was wide. It was a wide bridge. And it was long, going over this big channel. And this bridge was one of those that crowned, went up and over. So if you're in a car and you're coming up to that bridge, you couldn't see it on the other side until you got up the bridge and you're coming over the top. Then you could see to the other side. Well, us boys were underneath that bridge with that dummy. We're under the bridge by the channel, by the water, trying to figure out what to do with the dummy. And I said, you know what'd really be fun or funny? We haul this dummy up to the end of the bridge, and they got guardrails so that the cars can't go off the bridge, of course. And the cars can't see if there's somebody on the other side of those guardrails, especially a 10-year-old boy squatting down behind them. And I said, we haul the dummy up there to the guardrail. And when we hear a car coming over the bridge from the opposite direction, the speed limit through there was 45 miles an hour. Well, that's fast enough that when they come off the top of that bridge, if all of a sudden there's something in the road, they're going to have to hit the brakes. They're going to have to hit it hard, you know. And we thought, well, we'll wait till we hear a car coming and we'll pitch the dummy out onto the street and just hear the car slam on his brakes. That'd be kind of funny, and listen to the guy swear a lot and throw the dummy off the road and drive on. Well, we all agreed that was pretty good. That was a pretty good idea. Okay. Now, mind you, my father was the chief of police of this town. So here we are. There's three of us by the guardrail, and there's another kid or two still hiding under the bridge. I've got a hold of the dummy. I'm the pitcher, right? I'm going to pitch the dummy. The other two are spotters, right? They're watching for traffic from both directions because we don't want to be seen by anybody, of course. And the kid that was watching the opposite direction, he goes, it's all clear here. And you could hear a vehicle coming over the bridge. And the other kid says, here comes a car. And he dove down so that he couldn't see and the car wouldn't see him. And I'm squatted there with that dummy. And he yells, now! I pitched the dummy. Okay. This dummy flies out in front of this car. I mean, and its arms are spread, and it looked just like a person intentionally was trying to kill himself. Jumped out in front of that car. Boom! That car hit the dummy. The dummy never touched the road. It hit the dummy. The dummy rolled in front of the car, and the car went over the dummy. Boom, 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 boom. You could hear it all. And then all of a sudden we heard it, and we saw it. Nothing but red lights and sirens. I looked through the guardrails, and I said, oh, my God. Here, all I saw was the side of that car and this big shield painted on the door that said Spring Park Police Department Chief of Police. I threw that dummy right in the front grill of my dad's squad car. Now, the reason I titled this Hit and Run, the minute he hit and ran over that dummy, and I saw it was his squad, I'm telling you, the run part kicked right in. In my whole life, I have never ran so fast and so hard. And I don't know if any of you have ever been in that situation where you're so scared and you're running so hard. You're running, it feels like the whole world has completely gone into slow motion, and you're telling yourself, I can't get away. I'm not running fast enough. But actually, you are running so damn fast. I bet you, I know walking, it was 20 minutes to my house. I was to my house in 5 minutes. I was at my house, sitting in the backyard, trying to look in and sit within 5 minutes. Well, all of us boys, we just scattered. You're all on your own, buds. We just took off. So my dad comes home about an hour and a half, 2 hours later. And he gets out of the squad car. And my mother met them at the door, and they're standing on the front step talking, and I can hear everything they're saying. And she goes, "What's the matter?" She says, "You look really upset." And he goes, "I am." He says, "I hit somebody with the squad car today, ran them over, killed them." And I had to say something. I go, "Well, you couldn't have. That was a dummy." So who was the dummy? He goes and he opens the trunk of his car and he brings that dummy out, and it's got tire tracks on it from where he ran that thing. If that would have been a person, it would have killed him. And I've never, and my dad was, and this is, like I said, hour and a half, 2 hours later, I never saw him shake ever in my life except that day. And he was still shaking. He's holding that dummy up and he's just shaking. And he told me, he said, next time I run somebody over, he says, I bet you I can guess what his name will be. I knew who he was talking about. I knew who he was talking about. He threw that dummy in the front yard. He just threw it in the front yard. He figured us kids will do something better for it with it. And I because he figured the lesson has been taught, because he realized I had rubber knees. I mean, my legs were just rattling from running about a mile and a half in 5 minutes. But after he calmed down, and after I realized he wasn't going to kill me for it, we all ended up having a good laugh. He said, because he said that was a prank that had a lot of repercussions to it. Because as soon as he's explaining to me, as soon as I ran that dummy of yours over, he says, I knew the individual would be dead. There's no way they could have survived it. He says, so I'm on the radio calling for backup and an ambulance and the coroner. He says, when I got out of the squad and realized it was a dummy, I had to get back in the squad and explain to everybody, to the dispatcher, you got to contact every one of those agencies and tell them to stand down. Don't even come out. It was a prank. It was a prank. Yeah, I think that would have gone viral if that would have been videoed. But we didn't have video like that in 1967, you know. So I have people all the time saying, Sty, you're such a nice guy, you know, you're such a nice guy. And yeah, there's more to Sty than what meets the eye. That, yeah, it was, my early years were pretty troublesome. And that was one of them. That was one of them. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that crazy story. The only reason I thought of pulling that one off my list for tonight is this morning when I went to the store to get my tomatoes and lettuce, I saw a couple of people were putting their decorations up for the fall, corn stalks and all the fall festive looking stuff. And they had a couple of dummies sitting in lawn chairs in their yard. And I go, because now today, every time I see one of those dummies, I go, oh no, I don't want any dummies in my yard. I feel like I should be sitting in a lawn chair next to those guys. So, okay, I'm going to look back in the chat, see what you guys have been talking about. Oh, that must be where I started, because I said I was kind of a troublesome monster. And Andy saying last week. Yeah. I still get in a little bit of trouble, but nothing like that anymore. And Chuck saying last night. Yeah. Evie said, my mom told me that it was illegal to go trick or treating in New Zealand. Now, I heard there are some places where it is. Here in the US, at least, they have some communities, towns, that kids are not allowed to trick or treat. I think it's a shame. I think it's a shame. I loved Halloween every year growing up. Halloween was one of my favorite holidays. It was my dad's too. Driving around in his squad car, he would carry 4 big cardboard boxes filled to the top with candy. 3 in the back seat, 1 in the front seat next to him, and he'd drive around in that squad car around town until about midnight, 1 o'clock. He's out there all through the night on Halloween, and he'd pull that squad up into one of the neighborhood streets, and he'd turn the lights on, but not the siren, just turn the lights on. And all the kids would run to the squad car, and he'd sit there and he'd take out handfuls, big handfuls of candy in every kid's bag. Every kid in town got a big mitt full of candy. And he did that every single Halloween. And we didn't have the vandalism and the problems, Halloween problems that the neighboring 2 communities had. Our town was real quiet. You might have 1 or 2 little incidents, but nothing to speak of, nothing to speak of. And the kids loved it. They loved it. They loved the cops in our town because our cops loved the kids too. They just loved town. I see you guys were laughing. Yeah, Evie, I would trip over. That's as I was running, I kept telling myself too, don't trip, don't trip, don't trip. You'll get caught. Don't trip. Oh yeah, Sty hasn't been on the edge scared too many times in his life. I'm just dumb that way. I don't get scared that easy. That was one of them, though. That was one of them. Yeah. See, my pop, part of him would have wanted to give me the belt and whoop me good. My pop never had to whoop me. Never once did I get whooped by my pop. He'd sick my mother on me. That was worse, man. And my mother always said, your father doesn't want to physically discipline you because he doesn't think he could stop. He'd probably just kill you. So that told us too, well, don't push it beyond a mom punishment because if you push it that far and dad takes over, you might not survive it, you know. But I tell you what, love my folks, love my mother and father to death. Every ounce of discipline I ever got, Sty earned it. And Warsaw is asking, yeah, way to put my foot in it when he come to the house was talking to my mom. I ran someone over and killed him. Well, you couldn't have. That was a dummy. Insert foot in mouth. Uh, was he angry? He was angry and amused, both. Um, okay. Mike was saying, I love your stories. Another great one. Thanks, Mike. I'm glad you like. Hey, medicated Fred. Good to see you. You came in during the story. Thanks, Sean. And he says 1967. Was that BC or 80? It's going to be after Andy. Oh, yeah, we didn't have color TV. I didn't have color TV. Never did we have a color TV in our house until 1977, I think it was. I bought a color TV. We had a farm at the time, the ex-wife and I splurged and bought a nice, I think it was a 24-inch color TV. But otherwise, we never owned one before then. Evie said we used to make a guy box dummy and walk it. Oh, faux dummy and walk around with it around the neighborhood, then burn it that night. Yeah. Hey, Lois, good to see you. Yes, I know you're a new follower. It's wonderful to see you. It's great. Yeah, my Warsaw Patriot. My father became the first police officer of our hometown in 1951, and he passed away in 1969. When he started, he was the village constable, and it was an elected position. So the community elected him into that position. 1 year after becoming the constable, he became the chief of police, their first legitimate chief of police. And he built the force up to himself and four full time officers by 1969. And he passed away in 1969, and the village council, well, they changed their status from village to city, but the city council, they interviewed dozens of people for the position, and then they decided to contract with the neighboring community, being that our city lines literally touched each other. You could hardly tell our town from theirs. They contracted with the neighboring city to provide the policing services in our community, and they said we can't replace my that they couldn't replace my father. My dad's nickname was Porky. Now, if you can imagine a cop, a chief of police, whose nickname, and everybody in town knew him as Porky in the 1960s. Yeah, Porky the pig. Yeah, yeah, it was different. So, yeah, he had many years. He had many years of law enforcement. Um, Boomer said I dressed up one of those dummies once and scared the kids when they rang the doorbell. Yeah, as one of those dummies. See, I did that 1 year. My ex-wife helped me do it all up, and I was just a dummy in a lawn chair out front of the house next to the steps as the kids would come up the steps trick or treating, and I'd jump out of the chair, and all the kids had a full bag of candy and a full load in their pants. And yeah, you're a conniver. Penny for the guy? Yeah. Okay. Um, Old man saying you might like one I did as a kid. Started at the top of a quarter mile long hill. Was going to build a snowman in the center of the road. Well, it got away from me halfway down the hill. And he says Halloween conveniently timed with the second pass of the year through the torrid meteor stream. Warsaw, yeah. Boomer said I was quite fearless as a child. That was my problem too. Is I didn't know enough fear. I just didn't. I just it met and buried a cop car, old man. uh, Yo, boy, Shadow. Hi, welcome to the Sty Shack. Welcome. Yeah, we got 26 people in the house. If you folks don't mind, could you hit the thumbs up? It just helps make the stats a little better. Evie was saying that we got color TV in 1981. I used to think before that people saw things in black and white. Yeah. 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 My pop he was an old school cop. Old school cop. And we had we had a very, very peaceful town. I have to say, our town was very peaceful. Good evening, my son, running water. That's my oldest boy. Um, keep your eye out tomorrow, running water. I did a first aid kit review that video that's going up tomorrow. You'll recognize it. And there's Beastly Ironworks. Hi, Dave. David's here. Great to see you. Awesome to see you. Old man said that the cop never found out until 11 years later. It took about an hour to dig him out after the other cops got there. And he says, Sty, your dad didn't have a little strip bar back then by chance? No. Thanks, Dutch Prepper. It's great having all you folks here. Just really makes my day. Mike sent, when I was a kid, Evel Knievel was our idol. We did all kinds of crazy things. Yeah, even myself, and those were Knievel's earliest days. Us kids were doing things with our bicycles that you wouldn't want to see your kids doing, that you as a parent would say, you dumb kid, don't do that. You don't ride from the top of that hill all the way down there and try to use a ramp that's about 14 feet long, built out of junk and garbage that you found out back of the garage, and think that you're going to jump over the neighbor's garden fence. Well, you never learned until you got tangled up in the garden fence or you broke an ankle or your nose. Yeah. Evie Bubbles says, I was scared to do anything wrong as a kid. My dad's hand was very hard on my bottom. Yeah. Yeah, see, Andy, we kind of had the same thing going on. My pop, I'm not kidding when I say he actually told my mother that he would not there we go. He said that he just cannot physically discipline children. He had no trouble disciplining an adult. And the thing is he considered children under the age of 16. If you're 16 years old and up, he'll give you a grown-up spanking. Hey, White Tiger Unplugged. Good to see ya. Yes. I think it's awesome that Beastly Ironworks, David, is making a knife that someone he's collabing with is going to use for filming the splitting of bullets. They're marksmen, and they want this blade to hold up to them splitting bullets with the blade on the firing range. I can't wait to see that stuff, man. That's going to be pretty wild. Yeah, Andy, it was a different Porky's. It was definitely a different Porky's. We had a Porky's in St. Paul, Minnesota. We used to hang out at with our hot rods. So, Steve, hi. Maya, hey, hi. Great to see you folks. Thanks for coming in. Warsaw Patriots saying, when I was a kid, I didn't wear a helmet. Big mistake. I flipped over the bike forward and went ass over tea kettle, then slammed the brakes. I didn't hit my head, but I hurt my back, and it hurt. Oh yeah. I tell you what, I was amazed that I was able to produce children. I went off of a ditch line that had a culvert, and then it had it was more like a little canal, and on the other side was another culvert and this little driveway kind of thing going out into this little meadow. and I jumped the first one, went fine. Front tire caught the culvert on the second side. I thought it was going to clear the whole thing like Knievel, you know. Front tire hit it, and I come off that bike, and I took the handlebars off of the bicycle between my legs. Yeah, that wasn't fun. Wasn't fun. I was 11 years old at the time. Took me a while before I walked normal. Um, and Orso's saying, I always wear a damn helmet. Yeah. David saying, just about to watch your latest video, Mike. Can you do me a favor? Put out three videos out a day. I work 2 full jobs now, 7 days a week, and I need to relax. Hey, that's a nice compliment there, Mike. Conklin saying friends used to lay along the ground at the end of the ramp. We jump with our bikes. You didn't want to be last. Yeah, flipping coins for who gets to be last in line. Uh, hey, okay, back. It's great to see ya. Great to see ya. Anybody that hasn't been over to AOK Foraging, get over there. Great channel. Another great channel. Evie says at 8 years old, I got the speed wobbles going down a drive, somersaulted over the bike, landed on my face. I have $1,000 smile now. Yeah, that's a hard way to have to get a. Oh man, that's a hard way. Yes, I have Warsaw Senior Channel. But that's a hard way to get $1,000 smile. Oh, old man saying, Sty, you were lucky. My first mother would punish me, then have my father punish me again. And 95% of the time, it was my sisters caused the trouble. Oh, yeah, I was yeah. I got a lot of spankings that were definitely due to someone else that they should have gotten it, not me, you know. But after I'd get them, I'd tell my siblings, you owe me. You owe me. I got credit now. You owe me. And I actually would extort some of their allowance from them and stuff because they did know that with some of those situations, I just took the whooping, but I had the facts. And they knew that if I squealed and could collaborate my facts, they'd be getting twice the whooping. So yeah, I could extort a little bit of their allowance out of them that way. Evie says, I was the youngest, and my older 2 brothers and sister would blame me on everything. See, that was it for me, Evie. I was the baby. I had an older brother and 2 older sisters. And they'd always said, it's the brat. It's the little brat. It's the brat that did it. And I wasn't that good at going, the old puppy-eyed, sad look. But it wasn't me. I'd go, yeah, I did it, and I'll do it again. And then I'd get a good whooping. Oh, you're heading out to the swamp. I cannot pronounce that. Okefenokee swamp. Hey, Michael Smith. Hi. Yeah, I'm not sure. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to hike Lost Creek Falls. And if that goes well, I think I'm going to head down Tuesday and hike up to one of the tops of the Pinocchio Mountains up down south of me because the leaves are starting to change. I'd like to see what the view's looking like. Mike said I was the baby too. My older sister always looked out for me. Best sister in the world. See, that was the thing is my siblings in our home, in our little bubble, I was the little devil. Take it out on him. Take it out on him. It was always take it out on him. Outside of our home, don't mess with me. Both my sisters and my brother will rip you a new one. I have to say, they were always there for the little brother outside of the home. In the home, it was pick on me, give me the worst grief. um, my saying, when I was a kid, I used to be hit the belt of my father would sometimes use the hard broom. Yeah. 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 Oh, my mother, she loved the belt. Um, and her favorite tool was, remember the fly swatters that were made out of the same wire they make coat hangers out of? The handles were made out of that same wire. That's what she liked to use. Andy, you're off to bed. Oh my gosh, this guy is getting better. He's getting better. He's taking care of himself a little. That's great. Yes, Andy, you have a very good night, and I shall see you Thursday at the latest, buddy. Mike saying to Chuck, I have 3 pawpaw trees in my yard. I am at the extreme southern range for the tree, but the trees are young and growing good. Hope to have fruit sometime in the future. Neat. Warsaw saying, Sty, I bet your older brother would beat bullies to pulp when they bullied you. Well, there was enough age difference between me and my brother, my older brother, that what my older brother actually taught me was that I didn't have to have any bullies. He taught me how to take care of bullies. He taught me how to take care of them. So what he did was he set me on the right path to never need someone to protect me from bullies. I only had one guy that was tough enough that bullied me, that actually bullied me. And then I met him several years after we were out of high school on the street. And he had a tear running down his face when I walked up to him. He goes, "You're not going to hit me, are you?" All of a sudden, he's, "Please, please, I understand I was so mean when we were in school and on and on." And I go, "What's the matter with you?" And he goes, "Well, look at you. You got big." I said, "Not that much bigger." He goes, "You sure seem bigger." I said, "Well, my attitude's a little bigger, a little harder, and I don't give up so easy anymore." So, yeah, so it was good of my brother to teach me how to take care of myself. Evie saying my oldest brother stuffed pepper up my nose, held me by the ankles, and threatened to drop me off the banister out of house. He was extremely protective of me. See, now that sounds like my brother. Yep. He'd do nasty things to me. Nasty things. Outside the house, no. He'd be right there to help me out if I needed it. Chuck's talking about the pawpaws and that there are a lot in our area, but none in my ground, trying to get them started. Oh, wow. Yeah, Mike, get yourself in a strategic location and then fire on them with acorns. I had a few bullies that for some reason they thought they just needed to back off away from me and exclude me from their bullying list because my pop was the chief of police. Little did they know that meant nothing. That meant my dad was one. I could not run to my house and say, Dad, so and so beat me up, give me a bloody nose. Didn't dare do it. Didn't dare do it. My dad would tell me, then you get your butt out there. And then when you get home, you don't say a word until after that kid's father calls me and says, you know what? Your kid just came over and pounded the tar out of my kid. He says, and then I'll tell that kid's father why you went back and did it. So I didn't come to him because that meant he was going to send me right back into a fight again. Because my dad was one where solve your own damn problems. Don't you come crying to me. You go out there and solve your own problems. You either work it out with him or you pound it out of him. If he's going to hurt you, hurt him back so he won't do it again. Yeah. It sounds pretty hard handed. But I tell you what, my life's been pretty damn peaceful living under that theory. Maya saying, since I'm the eldest of the siblings, it's like they were all respected me. And then my parents, yeah. See, my sister was the eldest, and she was actually the least protective in any sense. And she was outgoing. She was the worst, I think, when it was, he's a little monster. I think she was the worst. Yeah, Mike, it feels good to get up in a tree and just sit. Just sit. I like to do that in some of the big spruces up here. I'll climb up in some of those big spruces, like climbing a ladder for crying out loud. I was up 60 feet in one a couple of years ago, and I sat there for a whole afternoon. In fact, I almost didn't get out of the thing, and it was getting dark. I was just like, I don't want to be climbing down out of this thing after it's pitch black out here. But yeah. Warsaw saying bullies can also be friends. Trust me, I had a friend of mine who bothered me a lot at school, showed him kindness and did favors for him. He then became a brother to me to this day ever since. That is absolutely true also. You got to kind of read their character. Just because they're you know I don't know how to put it. That just because they can be kind of cruel and kind of mean doesn't mean that they're a bad person. They've just developed some bad habits of that they don't have any good people skills. And then if they get to know you and find out what you have in common, and they realize, well, I shouldn't be picking on him because he's kind of a nice guy. I want to, I'd rather be friends with him. And then I've got a couple of old friends like that. Yeah, we would have never ever saw eye to eye if I would have just chalked him off as a bully, just a bully, just a bully. No, instead I was just like, hey, what are you giving me so much grief for? Why don't we go do this or why don't we do that? Find out what we both like, and the next thing you know, no more. I'm the tough guy. I'm going to kick the crap out of you in the boys' room. No more of that because we had things in common. Mike saying the heavyweight boxer Jerry Cooney lived in my neighborhood. He used to jog with all of us kids back in the 70s. Great guy. Yeah. Evie said my daughter always had lots of boy and girlfriends at school. If anyone bullied her, they would punish the bully. Yeah. Yeah. She says I'm going to hurt someone if I don't get my dang mod check soon. Let me know who that somebody is, Cheese. I'll come and I'll film it and we'll get a viral video. he got cheesed to death. Because he said someone. He didn't say I'm gonna hurt Sty. He said I'm gonna hurt someone. I want to know who that someone is. I want to be there with the camera. Good to see you, Cheese. I'm gonna get a spam video done this week. One way, come heck or high water. And there's Dennis from Canoe Hound Adventures. Good to see you. Wonderful to see you. Chuck says, maybe that's why I got one this month and I'm not even a mod. Must have been address wrong. Yeah, yeah. Might have had the wrong glasses on. Oh, yeah. uh, this is a Christmas story. Yeah, just another month and a half, and I'll have to brush the dust off of it and watch it 2, 3 times before Christmas again. Mike says, I found the cheese curds in my grocery store. Cheese. Haven't bought some yet. Cheesehead, if pumpkin spice goes on sale tomorrow, where? Where? Yeah, because I just bought 2 cans. I just bought 2 cans this morning. I went to get lettuce and tomato for my burritos that I'd never had today. I'll have tomorrow, I hope. um, and while I was going down the Mexican food aisle, I noticed the meat aisle, canned meat. So I went past it and I go, oh, I better grab a couple cans of Spam. Keep the stock up. But no, they didn't have pumpkin spice. So also online only. That is ew. I think I just puked a little in my mouth. Here's the thing. Well, I want to read Chuck's first. I made Spam kebabs the other day. Just got my new computer set up today. Maybe edit it tomorrow. Oh, good for you. Good for you. You know, I know I've had people that differ with me, but I still say everybody's taste buds are different. Hickory smoked Spam, the hickory smoke flavored one, the bacon one. In it don't care what flavor. Even the spicy one, the hot and spicy Spam, wasn't very hot and spicy to me. But all it tasted like to me was hot and spicy Spam. And the hickory flavored Spam was just Spam with tiny, tiny hickory smoke in it. The bacon Spam was just Spam with tiny, tiny little bit of bacon maybe smell to it. It all tastes like Spam. And I think it has to do with the texture that my mind says, no, it's just Spam. Hi, Faith in the Fallen. Sam, oh, you're such a sweet gal. Thank you for stopping into the Sty Shack. I tell you what, you want to hear a talented voice, you get over there and listen to Samantha at Faith in the Fallen. Oh, what a sweet voice she has. Evie saying, oh, Mike doesn't like sweet sauces with meats. The only thing I like that's sweet at all with meat is barbecue sauce. Otherwise, sweet, I'm not too keen on sweet. Evie says YouTube just deleted my comment as too many common words for my language are turning into bad words. Oh no! Well, so far, any that YouTube flagged on my chat that popped up on my chat, I've approved so far. That nothing has come across that's so bad that it can't be up there. Um, Charlie saying, have a good night, everyone. I'm off to bed. Good night, Charlie. Hope the new baby's doing well. Give her a big hug and a little peck on the cheek from Uncle Sty. Bank Peter says, I agree, Sty. The hot and spicy spam I had yesterday tasted just like spam, no spice. Yeah, yeah. It tasted like, well, it must have been a different batch of spam that it tasted just a tiny bit different. Yeah. Cheesehead says, do you eat barbecue sauces and seasonings? Same spices in most. There's a difference between pumpkin flavor and pumpkin spice. Pumpkin spice contains no pumpkin flavor. Right, right. See, that's why I'm willing to try it, is because it's not going to taste like pumpkin. It's going to taste like the spices that are in pumpkin spice. Yeah, cheese is absolutely right. Pumpkin spice was made to spice pumpkin. God, when I was a kid growing up, we'd have boiled pumpkin just like you do squash. We had all different types of squash, butternuts, acorns, Hubbards, grow them great big giant Hubbards. He'd use an axe to chop them up, and pumpkin. And there was many times my mother would make pumpkin or squash pie, didn't matter, either one, or she'd boil up or bake up a bunch of squash and pumpkin, and then she'd clean the flesh out of it and put it all in the same bowl, mix it, serve it for dinner. We ate pumpkin like squash. A little appreciation giveaway. Oh, yeah, I can see. Can't say Maine Coon cat or what we call savory biscuits. Yeah, yeah. Isn't that a bummer, huh? Oh, old man's having barbecue ribs and other goodies. Edie says Randy is a naughty word here in New Zealand. Yeah, I always wondered about that. I heard that Randy is, yeah, it implies. And I always thought of some poor bloke that goes to visit New Zealand, and their name is Randy, and they got someone in their group yelling, "Randy, who? You? You're Randy." I mean, yeah, the word game can really, yeah. Mike says we have two Maine Coon cats and two tuxedo cats. Always craziness in our house. The cats always want to be in my videos. They are the biggest hams. Yeah. And my sister's Maine Coon is the biggest dang cat I've ever met. Domestic cat. Oh, her Maine Coon's a monster. Just big, 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 and friendly as can be. But want to play. And I've got a friend living in my building here. He's got a big Maine Coon. I've only seen it once. And he tells me about that cat's daily hell raising, basically. It's got to terrorize the whole apartment for about 45 minutes every day at about the same day, same time every day. Uh, yeah, Bank Peters didn't know that pumpkin spice was the spice pumpkin. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it's for. Yeah, it has no pumpkin flavor in pumpkin spice. It's was put together in order to give the pumpkin the spicy flavor that you use for pumpkin recipes like pies. Samantha over at Faith and Fallen says my cat comes up and bites me when I'm on panel or live. Yeah. Evie's cat, Mystic, is a tuxedo ragdoll. Needs a needs a lot of attention. Canoe Hound, Dennis says, I'm not much of a cat lover, more of a dog guy. I have a Springer Spaniel named Molly. Oh, and all of us that follow you know Molly. I just love seeing Molly on your trips. When she's in the canoe and her chin's hanging over the gunnel on the side, she's watching the water go by and she's so relaxed looking. You can tell she's just about ready to fall asleep. I just get a kick out of it. I just love it. See, I'm a dog lover. I'm a dog lover. I just love dogs. I've loved them all the time, all over my years. When my last mascot passed away, I told myself I'll just never own another one now the rest of my life. Um, and I'm a cat liker, not a lover, but I'm a cat liker. I'm okay with cats, but to me, a cat is more. It's for me, a cat is more maintenance. And it's more because I can take a dog with me out in the woods, take them off the leash, turn them loose out in the woods with me. And yeah, I like at times the independence of a cat, uh, but yeah. Mike says, when I get up every morning, I have to personally greet each cat individually for attention. No wonder I'm always late to work. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm a little late. I had to say goodbye to the cats. Yeah, uh, don't hold your breath there, Dennis. Old man will have that dinner done and gone before we even dream of it. Yeah, Molly sure seems to love the canoe. Oh, that'd be kind of cool to have a basset and a tuxedo cat kitten grow up together. We had dogs and cats that grew up together. We had one dog. He was big, big devil, and he got in several fights with bears. I mean, he hated bears with a passion, but that was his breeding. He was an Akita, and oh yeah, he'd turn into a bear in a flash. If another dog presented itself as a risk to anybody in our household, he'd tear into that dog, and it was just like a pit bull fight. And and the worst part he wouldn't back off usually unless it was me ordering him off. Um, but when it came to cats, I could, and we called him Boo Boo. That was his name, Boo Boo. And all I had to do is say, Boo Boo, where's the cat? Well, we usually had two, three cats around. He'd run around all excited, his tail going. He's looking all over the yard, all over. And sometimes it would be right away, and sometimes it'd be a half hour later. All of a sudden, there he'd be next to you. Look, and he's real gently got a cat in his mouth. And he's sitting there with this look on his face like, here's a cat. And those poor cats, so often they walking around, they're trying to dry themselves because he'll lick them. He's licking. He loved the cats. Never hurt one. Never hurt one ever. Hey, Gil, it is great to see you. Thank you again for having me there last night. Yeah, isn't it sweet that Samantha's here tonight? That's great having her here, Gil. Mike says, funny story. The only dog that survived a gator attack was a basset hound. Oh, wow. Dennis is saying, I hear you, Mike. Before Molly, we had a yellow lab named JC. She was an amazing dog and she died of cancer. It took us over 3 years to get Molly because it hurt so bad. Yeah, it's been 4 years since I last lost my last mascot. And then I lost my other mascot 1 year before her. And yeah, I the thing is you can never replace them. You can find a new dog friend, but you can never replace the ones you had. And it's tough. It's tough. You have to really, really want that and be willing to give the new dog the time they need. And I just I just decided I'm just not up to it and it wouldn't be fair to the dog, you know. Oh, you did you, Gil? I feel like I did any other day. I really did. Um, other than the event. But afterwards, I felt fine. I was snacking last night, watching a little TV after I got done with watching YouTube and just relax. And I thought, am I going to get that pepper cramp, after I go to bed? No. Woke up this morning, felt normal. I have to say I've been pretty lucky that way. Um, Poor Gil. Yeah, Sam. And then Gil saying part of the job description. I love it. Chuck saying, I always had bigger dogs, Brittany's, yellow labs, etc. Didn't like little ankle biters. Then I got a Yorkie. Best dog I ever owned. Still have one of his pups, 8 years old. Yeah. See, I was that way too, Chuck. I never had an ankle biter, never had one. And I disliked them because this buddy of mine had this little toy poodle. And that little nasty thing would get in my lap whenever I go to his house. It'd jump up in my lap and it would stare me right in the face. And if I looked down at it, it would just like all teeth. Like that all the time. You try to pet it and it chew the heck out of you. I smacked it off my lap once. Worst thing I could ever done. That thing attacked me. It all of a sudden thought it was a Doberman and it just attacked me. And Clifford, my buddy, he had to get between me and his little lap monster. And I never liked small dogs. That really sold me on it. And when I was a little kid, we had a terrier. She bit me in the face. It wasn't her fault. My brother, it's his fault because we were laying on the couch and she was facing me and she was sound asleep and I was half dozed off. Everything was fine. My brother came up behind her and yanked her by the tail. So she woke up out of a dead sleep, thought she's being attacked, and she just bit at whatever was closest to her. And it happened to be my face. So, no, it's not her fault. I look the way I do. Then it says, may seem weird, but we had is that Shasset? Cremated, and we have her remains in an urn up on a shelf. They're not worried about that. Not worried about that at all. My youngest boy has one of his cats, and I can truly understand why because he had that cat 20 years, and he's got that cat in a urn that he had custom made that looks exactly like Ulysses was the cat's name. The urn looks like Ulysses, and it's got Ulysses remains in it. And I never thought that was weird. Both of my pups are buried out in the woods in a very beautiful spot, side by side, and my old partners from Camp WTF. And the graves were marked, very well marked. I covered both graves with stones, and there's no stone anywhere around there. I had to haul it all in. Both graves were covered with stone so that nothing would dig up the graves. And they're both marked for Lulu and Blondie. Right now, today, it's just a bunch of scattered stones. The markers that were made are gone. My past partners decided, even though it's 100 yards away from the nearest building on the homestead out there in the woods, 100 yards out in the woods, they decided to go out there and cut down the few trees that were around the graves, and then they put up 20 cords of wood and stacked it on top of their graves, and they have 80 acres that they could have done that any place. And in fact, the dogs were buried on a mound, and it's all wet land around it, that area, that spot. There's no reason to stack wood in there. In fact, half of their wood, all of the base wood, will be rotten because it's too damp in there. Um, but somebody slipped and said that they did that to cover any trace of my presence. Um, so I thought, well, okay. Yeah. Edie says, my dad died 10 years ago and my mom still has his cremated ashes at her house. Yeah, I've got my urn is the is sitting in the other room. My urn sitting there with with my will and other certain things in it. And my two boys know what to do with me if and when they find me and my remains. Um, and my two boys said that they're going to keep me with them till they pass, and then they'll decide who to pass me on to. Otherwise, they both know where to bury my ashes, where they will go. And it won't be a legitimate cemetery. Um, yeah, Gil, love your fur baby. Sky's awesome. I love huskies with a passion. I used to have sled dogs years ago. I had a 40 dog kennel, a lot of huskies, Siberians, and Malamutes. My favorite, though, was an Alaskan timber wolf, McKenzie River Husky Cross. Oh boy, he was a sweet dog. What a puller. He was a wheel dog. He was the power dog on the team. Yeah. Warsaw says, Sty, it's hard to let go of dogs. I've raised and had two growing up. Yep. Yep. I've been through a lot of dogs in my life. And for many years, people with unwanted dogs, people with sick or injured dogs that were not going to survive, they always called on me to take them out and to put them down for them. Because I can't see an animal suffer. I just can't. And if I were to help every animal that someone asked me to put down for them or they needed veterinary care, I would have starved to death. There's just no way I could have financially done anything. And I would dispatch their animals for them. Finally, it got to the point where I came to the realization you don't want to ask me to put your animal down for you. Not in this day and age, not in my state at this part of my life. You don't want to ask me to put your animal down for you because I'll probably ask you to come with. and I'll put you down and I'll take what resources I have and make the animal comfortable until they pass naturally. I won't put anybody's animals down for them anymore. Yeah, Dennis, you're right. They're like children. Molly is so much like a person. Actually, she was a flower girl in my daughter's wedding yesterday. Awesome. Awesome. Love it. Sam says, we recently lost our dog. She was buried in a nice spot. I keep flowers there for her. She was 2 years old. Awesome. Awesome. I did that for my pups. I put artificial flowers on their graves because I had to sneak. I actually had to trespass onto the property to maintain their graves, but they always look nice. I've got pictures of their graves. The and then they and I think that was part of it is they would find once a year on the anniversary because both those dogs died at the same time of year, at the same time within about a week and a half of each other, exactly 1 year apart. So annually at that period of time, I'd go out, pull all the old artificial stuff off, and put fresh new on. And they knew that was happening. So on the third year, that's when they cut the timber down around the two graves. And they only cut a spot that was about 20 feet wide and 40 feet long in the middle of the woods. There's no trail to it, there's no pathway. They cut the timber down and put a stack of wood that's about 8 feet high that covers that 20 by 40 square in there. Yeah. It's a wonderful thing to do to respect and remember your dog. I visit the spot where I buried my fallen fur babies often. Yep, miss them both. The, yeah, yeah, Warsaw. I just, for me, it doesn't, I don't have any convictions on what is proper or improper about burial. We've had billions upon billions of humans die in the history of mankind. And if we were to have buried every single one of them, yeah, it would be, it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust. When I'm dead and gone, it's just in my belief system. When I'm dead and gone, I'm not there anymore. That's just another piece of fertilizer for this world to use, um, because the part that made this me is gone. Yeah, yeah. Got both your bassets in the backyard. That's real common. Um, Sherry and Ricky Vlogs, great to see ya. Hey, don't feel bad, Evie. My mother passed away at 87, and that was just 2 years ago. Um, and right up until the week she passed away, she called me every Sunday. And any day in between where she just had this feeling something might be wrong. I kept telling her, Mom, 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 I'm grown up, Mom. I'm grown up. Guess what? I'm 60, Mom. Oh, you're still the baby. Hell, a 60-year-old baby? Yeah, sorry, but moms never accept the fact that we grow up. They want to know what's going on. Yeah, it's good to know that your mom still is trying to look out for you. Yeah, thanks. Mike says, my philosophy is I want to be buried so that a piece of green will always be green and not part of a development. Well, see, that's one of the issues I have, though, Mike. They don't care. They'll build right over the top of you. And everybody says, oh, no, if it's a cemetery, you're protected. Oh, no, you're not. You better look at the federal laws and state laws, all in every state of the union has a relocation clause in them. The only way you can guarantee it is if you own a piece of personal property that you've used as burial for family, and that piece of personal property always remains in the control of the family for perpetuity, forever. Otherwise, all cemeteries, unless you own the actual property, not the burial plot, not that little piece of ground that your body's in, you got to own that whole cemetery. They can get exclusions to have you relocated, dug up, and they can stack you 10 deep if they want, as long as they properly mark the graves. So I watched them do it out in Denver. You ever been to the Mile High Airport? Walk the tarmac once and take a look at all of the little brass round markers. And they're all conveniently in these rows, and all that tarmac is built on top of a cemetery. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, Warsaw. Yeah, yeah. See, and that's what I believe too. Um, the and to me, it doesn't matter. It can go either way. I would prefer to be buried. I would definitely prefer to be buried. Um, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. It's just not going to happen. I cannot afford to get buried. I can afford to be cremated, but I cannot afford to be buried, because for me to be buried would mean that they'd have to take my body as a ward of the state, and then they put it in a pauper's grave in a public cemetery. And here, you can't put a headstone on that grave. It gets this number marker on it, and in their registry, it tells you who's in that grave. You cannot put a headstone or a footstone at that grave unless you buy that grave site and pay for the burial costs. So I can't afford to have my body interned into the ground, but I can afford to be cremated. I've prepaid for that, and it's about a tenth of the cost of the full body burial. So that's why I opted that way. Yeah, Sherry. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, in the US, I don't think they allow open air cremations of that sort. Or Conklin. I'd love to have a Viking send off, put my butt in a boat with about 50 gallons of fuel oil, and light her up and push me out into Lake Superior. Evie, don't you love mums? Yes, mums are great. Um, I I'm so far behind again. I'm terrible, aren't I? Yeah, Warsaw, a 60-year-old baby. Yeah, Warsaw. Yeah, I see what you put there. And oops. Yeah, oops. Yeah, we don't do the politics, but oops happens. uh, oh, Edie, yeah, multitasking over there with Laura. Yeah, Conklin. See, I was going to do that. That was the route I was going to go. But again, I don't have faith in the future. I just don't have faith in the future. But I almost bought myself, it's a bamboo urn. And what they do is they take your ashes, and these urns are oversized because they don't have to pulverize the ashes as much. So it's got much larger capacity. Plus, there's a core in it that when you pass away, after your cremation, you go into that urn, and a tree of your choice gets set into that pot, and then you bury that pot, and that the core has it's got just the right balanced soil properties that and the way it breaks down into the surrounding soil because the pure ash that it'll kill the tree, but this takes the ash and it puts it into the ground. The tree grows fine, and you end up with a tree that comes right from the ashes of the one that passed. I wanted to do that. Yeah, yeah, it is ridiculous that the state shouldn't have a right to do that. The yeah, and that's it is, and it. I believe it's true. If you grabbed a whole bunch of people off the street and you all told them we had this individual that passed away over here, and we think we should give them a really nice proper burial, get him a fairly decent casket, and we should put a nice headstone on his grave, and all of us should pitch in to do that because that person struggled through life and they worked hard but they were barely making it and they just can't nobody can really afford to bury them but somebody we do need to do that. 99% of the people out there are going to go, no, I got to worry about my own grave. The hell with them. Cremate them. And then you know what they do in a lot of states, and it's nuts. I looked at this, I looked pretty deep into it. It's nuts. If I'm a pauper, the state actually has a choice. They can either have me cremated or they can bury me in a pauper's grave. They can go either way. If they have me cremated, the crematorium's required by law to hold my remains for 365 days. On the 366th day, guess where they get to put those remains? In the garbage, in the dumpster that goes out to the landfill. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, time for bed for White Tiger. Hey, it was great having you here. Thank you. Thank you much. Yeah, Evie, today is the most important than yesterday or tomorrow. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, Conklin. See, and that that's the thing. It's nuts. It's nuts. Yeah. The Oddly enough, right outside my windows here, if it was daylight, I'd move the camera and show you guys. We got a crematorium right across the parking lot. Sits right there. I can look out my window on certain days, and you can tell the different stages. I know the mortician over there. I know those folks pretty well, and they told me what goes on, the full mechanics of it, and I can tell by when they're firing up. I can tell when they're the first what they call the first burn, and then the finish burn. I can tell all the stages by the smokestack out here. Even though it's going through a catalytic converter that superheats it and burns up any gases of any type, it doesn't change the smoke. And when the smoke changes, I know what phase they're in. And they're cremating sometimes all day. And I told them, I said, I wish you would do it at night. And they said, we can't because it's so calm. There's no breeze. We don't want anyone to be able to say, oh, well, we smelled something, or we've got a haze that's around this block because of the weather. And they watch the weather. It's really nuts. Uh, um, what's that? What is that? Warsaw. Oh, I don't know why my eyes are itching tonight. Oh, Mike saying developers always get their way. There was an eagle's nest in a wooded lot, and some developer wanted the land. Strangely, someone cut down the tree the eagle's nest was in. Now it's a housing development. That's it. That's it. That is it. You know, and I saw, and I'm all for conservation. I am all for conservation. I have videos on my channel that people got really pissed off at me about when I talk about the clear cuts and the way they just, to me, raped some of the beautiful countryside here in northern Wisconsin that I hiked. I loved that country. I loved it. And I had controlled chaga harvests going on these about about 6 to 800 acres, and they went in and clear cut it, and they literally trashed it. And what's going to come back in there is scrub. It's not going to be mature trees for another 20 years. So I got a good chewing by a lot of viewers because of my position on it, and it was because of the way they harvested. It was not necessary. They didn't have to do it that way. They could have done it in harmony with what was going on around it. Well, I saw it out west where, for lack of a better term, the tree huggers did a bigger disservice to nature than any of the loggers out there did. I had thinning contracts, and yeah, I can't show that one because of the no, no. I have to. I can't. I cannot show that. Where, yeah, I have to remove that one, Warsaw. I'm sorry, because any reference to old Germany, sorry, I can't have it up here. That is a algorithm nail right through your coffin. I'm sorry. I understood what you were saying, but for the sake of my channel and the queen. You know what I mean? But I understand. I understand what you're saying. Um, but yeah, what happened was the tree huggers out west, they went into these select logging areas, and it was select logging. It wasn't just go in there and strip the land. It had a full logging and replanting program. They were working very successfully. It was beautiful what they had finally gotten the loggers to do, and that was to manage the forest and not just go and harvest it. And the replacement forests were beautiful. Well, the so-called tree huggers back then were going in with ceramic spikes and driving ceramic spikes into all of the marketable timber of these select logging areas. Loggers, their equipment was getting ruined. Loggers were getting severely injured by it. I hit a ceramic spike and it peeled the chain right off of a 48-inch bar. And that chain come around, and thank God, all it did was tear my coat. It was heading around my waist. It could have cut me damn near in half. So, what did they do for the answer to that? They opened up wilderness areas to counter the loss to the loggers. So now the loggers are going into wilderness areas to log out by choice of the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, BLM. Um, the and it's and it backfired on them. It totally backfired on them, and that's where I wish people would sit and reasonably work through protecting our outdoor spaces. Yeah, yeah, Warsaw. Yeah, yeah. I understood that's what you were trying to say. Yeah, um, yeah, yeah. I have ancestors that were lost over there too, and I actually am very, very close to a family. The matriarch of the family passed away maybe 8 years ago now, and I knew her for 35 years, and she was an Auschwitz child. She should not have survived, but she did. So, you know, I can understand if that for a person for your own personal reasons don't like it, that don't prefer cremation, but it's not to me. It's not cremation that's bad. It was the people behind it. Yeah, yeah, and I don't get that, Mike, either. I don't understand people that, I like fair weather. Sure. I was born and raised in the North Country, and that's where I plan on dying. That's where I retired. I could have moved to Texas. I've been offered half a dozen times. I've got family in Texas. They're saying, Sty, you're retired. Move down here with us. No, no. Um, I said, I'm not from there. I'd rather retire here. I'd like to go visit. I love Florida. I love Texas. I'd love to go visit, but I don't need to go plant my roots there. Yeah, yeah. And I can understand them building retirement communities, if they're consolidated and they build them this way, not this way, and quit putting in a new golf course for every little retirement village they want to build. And they go, oh, but those are green spaces. Paint the building green then, for crying out loud. I get a kick out of it. Up here, we have 1, 2, 3 golf courses, all within 20-minute drive. All 3 of these golf courses are covered with deer, and all the golfers got to golf around the deer. And I mean, I'm talking big deer herds too. I went past the one golf course a few weeks ago. I could not believe it. There was over 40 deer out in the middle of that golf course, and there's people trying to play golf around them. The deer know they're hands off. The deer are hands off. They're all within city limits. You cannot hunt them. That's their golf course, and you get to play around them. I love it. I just, I'm sorry, but I've played golf. I played golf, and I enjoyed it. It's kind of fun. But I'd rather be in the woods. Yeah. Yeah, see, they don't get away with that up here, Mike. That's where the state needs to regulate them better. They can't be spraying that crap on our golf courses up here. I've got a friend that he's actually the grounds manager for a large golf course up here. Oh, he's got a tough job. He's got a tough job because, and it's not just the state. The communities are starting to regulate them and say, hey, you ain't putting a chemical on that out there. You ain't putting that, and you're not planting foreign species grasses out here that are we're finding popping up in people's yards and out in the woods. Odd grasses that aren't even native to the area. So they put a big end to that. They regulated it now to the point where they just can't. Yeah, golf is a good walk wasted. Hey, scrapping together. Good to see you. Yes, Warsaw. I totally understand, man. I totally understand. Yeah, where are they getting that water from? That's See, and that's the thing too is I like a nice groomed yard. I really do. I like a nice groomed yard, but it doesn't all have to be Kentucky bluegrass. I to me, if you go out there and groom and maintain your yard, fine. But if you're going to go out there and poison the yard and everything within 2 blocks of you to get rid of the dandelions, you need to start enjoying dandelion tea and fried dandelion heads. Yeah, it seems like that, Mike. Jerry's asking, how are you doing after the surgery? Who? Who? I haven't had surgery for 4 months. Let's see. May, June, July, August. Almost 5 months ago was when I had my last surgery. Mike says, okay, done with my rant. No, you're not. You know it, Mike. But just save some for later. That's the way I look at it with some of the topics. Well, I'll save some of that for later. Scribing together. This is my tablet. It's changing words on me again. Oh no. Yeah, Chuck says most of my golfing took place in the woods. Yep, dandelions are powerful medicine. They're actually very good for you in all different forms. Yes, using up all the aquifer water in Florida is what's causing the sinkholes. That I can believe. That I can believe. Hey, Susan Lee. Yes, I agree. It's great to see Susan here too tonight. Oh yeah, pine needle tea is pretty good. I like my. I see. I'm really big into doing pine needle tea in the winter. Um, I like to sock myself full of vitamin C and get all the vitamin D I possibly can naturally. Um, I know some people they'll go there, they'll go down that path. There's anything any one of us does. There's going to be somebody out there that says, "Oh, you're nuts. That's bad. They've proven this, they've proven that, they prove it. They haven't proved nothing to me because nothing I've ever done for 62 years has killed me yet. But everybody says that's going to kill you. Well, none of it's killed me yet. So I'll stick with what I do. You can do what you want. I'll stick with what I do. But I oh, Jerry studying ancient medicine to be a shaman. Yeah. I I drink a lot of whole milk. I've got a local dairy farmer that I trust and I know his dairy operation like the back of my hand. Um, he's about as close to true organic farming as you can possibly get. And I get whole milk from him, fresh from the cow. Within 4 hours, 5 hours of the milking, I'll get a fresh gallon of milk. And I separate the milk. I get the cream off of it. And I like to use that heavy cream in my coffee and certain baking. And I like that heavy cream on my rolled oats. And on occasion, I'll feel ambitious and I'll have plenty of extra cream. I'll hand churn in a quart jar some fresh butter. But he knows that my biggest demand for whole milk, fresh cow's milk, is in the winter because I want that vitamin D. Because his cows aren't barned; they only come in for milking, and then they're outdoors. So high vitamin D content in their milk. Um, and I try to get outdoors as much as possible, and I try to acclimate myself to the cold so I can expose my skin, my body, to the sunlight in the winter as much as possible. Uh-huh. Yeah, herbs are great. Cedar tea is really good too. Hey, Gary, I'm reading your comment and then I realized, Gary. Oh, you keep it away from your coffee? I like fresh whole cream in my coffee. Um, Oranges are great hiking foods. You get fluids and vitamin C, and you can throw away the peels on the trails because the peels are biodegradable. Same with shelled peanuts and bananas. Yeah, any natural food. And see up here, for me, I love oranges. I can sit and eat a whole bag of oranges in 2 days. Grapes too. I love grapes. But I don't, to me, an orange out in the field is it's a delicacy. For you folks down in Florida, hiking with three, four, a dozen oranges on you would not be unusual, and it makes perfect sense. Makes absolute perfect sense. Up here, it doesn't. They don't grow here. They don't grow here. So we have to practice. We don't have to. I prefer to practice my natural resources of and sources of vitamin C and other vitamins that if I was in a different region, I'd have so many different options than what I have here. Um, because I guarantee you in January up in these Northwoods up here, if the grid ever went down, you ain't going to see an orange up here. It ain't happening. You ain't seeing oranges. Um, yeah, Art Conklin. Isn't that cool? It's like one thing we do have here, and that I really do appreciate, is that we have a couple of different forms of pears that grow up here. Um, and they're winter pears. They stay solid. And and if you put them, we sandbox them. You wrap them in a piece of parchment paper, in the worst case, newspaper. I don't like using newspaper because of the chemicals in the ink, but parchment paper works perfect. You just wrap them in parchment and you bury them in sand with the bulb end down. Bury them in sand and you keep them in a cool, dark place. And it's like in a root cellar. And you can go in there in January and dig pears out that are just like you picked them. Same with apples. You can store apples the same way. And that's one thing we have a lot of up here is apples, an abundance of apples. In fact, Bayfield, Wisconsin is considered a little miniature apple capital. We have the Apple Festival every year that draws 10,000 people per day for a week into Bayfield, Wisconsin, that has a total population of about 3,000 people. It more than triples the population for that week. Um, yeah. Oh, yeah. The smell of orange blossoms is, I mean, that's delish. Yeah. Yeah, Jerry. Yeah. It's Johnny Appleseed here in the north. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love the resources we have. And, it's different. It's different. My family down in Texas, they had peach tree in the backyard, pear tree in the backyard. They were growing oranges, and they had a couple of apple trees. Sorry, I didn't like their apples. Didn't like the apples down there. They're I liked them up here. Um, yeah, the real history behind Johnny Appleseed is pretty cool. Yep. There was and I cannot remember the title of the book, and I have to find it. Oh, Mike, that's they're just starting. The fall colors are just starting. Tomorrow and Tuesday, I'm out hiking, so I'm gonna hopefully capture some nice fall colors while I'm out videoing tomorrow. I'm going to a mountain overpass. It's called the Pinocchio Mountains up here in northern Wisconsin, and oddly enough, the Pinocchio Mountains once rivaled the Alps. It's hard to believe, but of course, they're not so big anymore. The years have gone by, but they're still decent highlands. And so I'm going to hike to the top of this one mount that's got a nice overlook, looks to the north towards Lake Superior, and I can see the whole northern region. if the sky is clear enough for me, and I should be able to get some good shots of some of the changing colors from up there. Um, yeah, I plan on it, Mike. I plan on over the next couple of weeks getting out there, um, and then again in October because it changes. Uh, the way it changes up here is amazing. All of a sudden, we'll get just a like a pop out of color. Like some of the maples will all of a sudden change, and you'll have all the bright reds, oranges, and yellows, and then they're gone. And then all of a sudden, the aspens and the birch all turn yellow, and then you'll have the odd sugar maples popping bright red leaves all amongst them. And that's another awesome phase. And then you'll get the phase where the oaks are browning and they turn like a brown color, and that gets all intermingled, and now you have every color. So there's a few different phases. I'm hoping to catch some of those this year. Yeah. Yeah, Conklin. Yeah. That's what we got going on here too. That's what we got going on here too. The yeah, when when the base of the hill starts out at 1,000 feet above sea level, and then you're going a few thousand feet above that, it doesn't. Yeah. Um, See, that's one thing that is real interesting up here is we have what we call the Ice Age Trail that follows the geological changes caused by the glaciers, and it's well defined. And they actually put in 1,000-mile trail that you can follow that follows the edge of the last ice shield, and it's pretty interesting. Yeah, or yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. I get a lot of Duck Dynasty comments, especially when I'm wearing a camo baseball cap and all camo. People will go, "Is that? No, it's not. No." Mike says, oddly, we have a real short fall, usually around Thanksgiving. Small, subtle changes with the cypress, sweet gum, and swamp maples, but it is lame compared to up north. Yeah, yeah, and each region has its neat transitions. It's amazing they made great money for making duck calls. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I tell you what, if I was related to them at all, I sure wouldn't be on YouTube. Chuck says, skipping out, Sty. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Catch you Thursday, if not before. Absolutely, Chuck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I cannot wait to get out and hopefully do some more of my Dutch oven cooking with the new tools you gave me. That was wonderful. Oh, the Ice Age Trail. Yeah. I wish I'll see if this winter, if all goes well, and this ankle goes back to its old self. I'm going to start segment hiking the Ice Age Trail at least through Wisconsin and probably the upper peninsula of Michigan. And with that, I could get close to 400 miles of it. Um, I would like to do that. Um, you know what? I don't know if the Pinocchies are. part of the Porcupines or not. Yeah, I've been up in the Porcupines too. Um, another beautiful. Well, that's the thing is, if you've been to northern Wisconsin, you've been to northern Michigan. If you've been to northern Michigan, you've been to northern Wisconsin. It's there's a border, man-made border, and that this whole region, the UP in northern Wisconsin, all the way to Duluth, Minnesota, and heading east out to the end of the peninsula, the upper UP. It's absolute beautiful country, absolute beautiful country. And I would live anywhere between Duluth and Sault Ste. Marie. I'd live anywhere in there and be happy. Yeah, if you get up to the UP and Old Sty still a kicking, or anywhere on the Ice Age Trail in Wisconsin or the UP, Mike, you better let me know. You better let me know. Oh, yeah, I'll have to look, Gary, to see if the Pinocchies are part of the porcupine chain. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've watched a lot of documentaries on the Siberian tundra. You know the that is some of the hardest country in the world. You are absolutely right. Yeah, yeah. And how those people, there's people that live in that shit. I don't know how they do it. Tough, tough folks, boy. Oh yeah, Conklin actually. There's a couple of places in cities. I'd rather be dropped in the middle of the Siberian tundra than dropped in certain downtown areas. That's the only thing that scares me anymore. Oops, there we go. My my StreamYard had a hiccup, weird hiccup. But I would be less afraid of starving, getting eaten by a grizzly bear or a polar bear or this kind of bear or that kind of bear. I'd be so much less worried about that than what I would be worried, even in the town I live in of 10,000 people, of having these people be given a reason to panic. That scares the Jesus out of me. Being around any large numbers of people and all of a sudden the panic factor gets thrown in. I don't want to be there. I just know what people do, and it's worse than anything out there. Um, oh, Mike, you got family in both Wisconsin and Michigan. That's cool. Yoren, my good buddy. Yeah, good morning, Yoren. Mike is saying I would rather be hiking in the swamp with gators and cottonmouths and bears than in a city. I think yeah, I had cities. He meant hate. Yeah, I knew that's what he meant. Me too. I'm telling you, Mike, I actually get ill physically. I feel physically ill when I have to go to any town that's over 5,000 people. A town of 5,000 people makes me feel uneasy. Towns of 10,000 plus make me start feeling ill. Towns over 100,000 scare the hell out of me. I don't want to be there. Okay, old man, he's got the grandkids. So we'll see ya. You take care, buddy. Or so says, I'd rather be cold than die in the hot desert. Um, yeah, I spent some time, quite a bit of time, down in New Mexico, and we hiked, did a lot of desert hiking and high country hiking, and it was weird for me. I do not like the arid, super hot. I don't like it. Um, I I got through it, but I didn't like it. One thing I didn't like was I'd cook my tail off all day and dying of thirst all day, and then before dawn would come, I'm froze to death, and I want a bonfire, not a campfire. So damn cold at night and so hot during the day. It just the back and forth. Yeah, it wasn't. I didn't care for that. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. City people are too domesticated. Who lets a sign tell you when you can cross the street? Yeah, no cars coming tells me I should cross the street. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Joran says I just woke up. Well, good morning. Have a fresh cup of coffee. Our contents say I used to hit the big cities at 3 a.m. for trucking deliveries so I could avoid the traffic and people. See, when I drove over the road truck, uh, Conklin, it was just exactly the same. It drove people nuts because I'd be at my destination and I'd be sitting there when they opened the doors in the morning and they'd ask me, "Oh, well, when did you get here?" Wee hours of the morning. What? Yeah, I drove all night because I hated daytime driving if I had to go through any major cities. I drove through Chicago. I never drove through Chicago in the daylight except for twice. Only twice did I drive through Chicago in the daylight. Now, there's half a dozen times I had to drive into Chicago, deliver, and then head back out. But to drive through Chicago, I never headed into Chicago to drive through it until at least 3 a.m. 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's when I wanted to travel through Chicago. Um, yeah, see, Mike's used to the humidity, and I can't handle the humidity. Oh, yeah, Conklin delivered in Compton during the OJ riots. Not fun. Okay, scrapping together. Drive safe. You're in. Oh, I feel bad for you. Didn't sleep good tonight. Warsaw Patriots saying Sty at my old high school. A kid jaywalked while traffic was driving. Guy was an idiot. He thought traffic was going to stop for him when he was crossing. He got high and got flipped in the air. Oh, yeah. He didn't die, but he learned his lesson. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I used to, Conklin, I used to have to go into Queens and Yonkers all the time. I hauled horse feed, believe it or not, from Wyoming, Landers, Wyoming, right into Yonkers, New York. I hauled probably about 9 loads over the years into there, and I hauled it to the horse track there in Yonkers. And yeah, not a nice place to be. Manhattan. I've been through Manhattan twice. Told them no, don't send me into Manhattan anymore. Yeah, Mike was born in New York City. Yeah, thank God my parents moved us to Florida. Yeah, someone was looking after you. Hey, Mike, it's surprising how many people from New York, though. When I, in fact, my last time down in Florida, I was down in St. Petersburg. Um, it was a business meeting at the dog track down there. I pull up to the dog track in a rented car, pull up in the dog track, and I'm driving through the parking lot. I'm trying to figure out. They had their parking lot all screwed up. They were fixing it or something. They had it all screwed up, and I'm trying to figure out how to get up to their valet parking because I had per you know I was a preferred customer. Let's just put it that way. So I'm driving through the parking lot. I couldn't believe all the New York license plates at the dog track in St. Petersburg. I couldn't believe it. Warsaw Patriots saying, the south side of Chicago is full of gangsters, and the police are scared even to go south side to stop them because they don't want to get shot. I got caught down on the south side. I was heading south now. I can't give you the streets anymore, but I'm heading into the south side, and it's about 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's a warehouse down on the south side that I'm going to be dropping a load at, and it was a drop and run kind of thing, just drop and get out of the city. Well, I'm heading into the south side, and all of a sudden I look in my rearview mirror and I got two squads behind me and lights. And I thought, oh boy. So I slowed way down, creeping to the curb to let them get by. They're not coming around me. So there was a big parking lot, and I zipped into that parking lot with my tractor trailer. Those squads came up, both of them on the driver's side, and only one officer got out, and he walks real calmly up to my truck. And I rolled the window down, and he goes, "Hey, driver, what are you doing here?" And I told him where I was going. He goes, "No, no, you don't. No." He says, "You follow us out of here, and we're going to take you north of here. We're going to get you to this one area, blah, blah, blah. And there's a big parking lot there, and there's going to be about 15 other trucks parked in there, and you're going to park in there and spend the night, and you're not going to head down there until 2 hours after the sun has risen." I said, what are you talking about? He goes, "We don't want to bring another driver out of that area in a body bag." He says, "You do not want to be down in there. They will." He said, they're not going to just steal your load. They're going to kill you, steal your truck and your load. He says, "You cannot be down there." So, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Mike. Yes. Yeah, Jerry. Here we go. That common sense thing again. Yeah. Um, Conklin, I almost went into the Lincoln Tunnel and wound up in Palisades Park, New Jersey. I hated going to the cities. Oh, yes. Yeah, I had a couple drops in Jersey City. I just couldn't stand that either. Hey, Bryce. There's Bryce from New Zealand, guys. Hi, it's great to see you again. How's everything in New Zealand? Conklin said, "I had two fellas jump on the truck in Brooklyn. They jumped off when they saw they were about to get scraped off on a phone pole." I did that. I did that in Allentown, Pennsylvania, too. I had a fella jump up on the driver's side, and he's hanging from my mirror. He's got his feet on the steps. I was in a cab over, and he's yelling at me. I only got the window open about 3 inches, and he's yelling at me, "Stop the truck or I'll kill you." I said, I yelled back at him. I said, "Get off my truck or I'll kill you." And then I seen him reaching inside his coat, and he's only hanging on with his left arm. He's reaching inside his coat, and I thought, he's got an arm. He's got a firearm on him. And all of a sudden, he felt the bump. And when he realized that my tractor had just gotten up on the curb on the left-hand side, it was a one-way street. It's 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. He felt that tractor hop up over that curb and then realized there's a telephone pole that's about 24 inches around, about 25 yards away, and and there's maybe 2 feet of concrete between that and the roadway, and I got my front tire just on the curb. It's going to be just enough to take that mirror and him right off the side of my truck. It was fun watching him bail. Patriots saying in Chicago they need people to be armed to protect themselves, especially if people live in the South Side. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's scary in the South Side, yeah. The map ended at the Delaware Water Gap. Like saying, people are crazy. I have bear spray when I am in the woods, but if I ever use it, it'll probably be on humans. Yeah, I tell people too, they ask me, what do you think of bear spray? And I said, actually, I like bear spray. It has a bigger shot pattern and a longer range. Keeps in people farther away from you. And they go, what? Oh, if I had to use it on a bear. Oh, no. I don't want to spray that poor bear. But I would definitely use it for crowd control. Yoran, Andy went to bed. Can you believe that, man? Yeah, he said he needed to shut it down for the night. And it wasn't long before you hopped in, so yeah, he's off to bed. Yeah, those phone poles don't play. Yeah, they don't play fair. Oh yeah, railroad yards are another fun one. The steel yards in anywhere in the ports in Chicago, Gary, Indiana. Unless you're buddies with a bunch of the steel haulers, it's another place you don't want to be. And I knew a lot of steel haulers up there, Gary and Chicago. And I could go down to the yards at night and park. Felt 110% safe down there. But I'll tell you what, those steel haulers, they're all union boys, and they're just, I mean, they're thugs. I mean, they are thugs. And I think you could shoot them 4 or 5 times, and then they turn and look at you and say, were you talking to me? You know, yeah, they're as tough as the iron they haul. Yeah. Same with rail yards. Rail yards are another place you just don't want to be. Yeah, that was unusual for him. You know, he's got to take a break. Andy's got to take a break. He is everywhere. He's on everybody's streams. He's everywhere. And I know he's only getting an hour or 2 sleep here and there, and the boy needs to take a breather. Even if he says, I'm going to only be online for these 12 hours a day, and the other 12 I'm going to do what I have to do and sleep, and just do that for a week to rebuild himself. I worry about him. Yeah. Oh, Mike says, well, I gotta go. Gotta get up at 5 a.m. Wish I could stay for a great conversation, but work is 7 hours awake. Great live stream as always. Hey, great having you, Mike. Great having you. And it has been an awesome discussion tonight. I'm probably only going to go for another 15 minutes, take it out to 3 hours for tonight's stream. we've got a good group in here right now, a really good group. So for the next 15 minutes, we should be able to stay nice and lively. I actually the only reason I'm interested in kind of wrapping it up at 3 tonight is because I want to pack some stuff up for my hikes tomorrow. Because I've got like 3 options for what I'm going to do tomorrow, and all 3 options require different gear and supplies. So the ever been to Rogue and New Jersey truck stop? No, no. Actually, I always fuel up, full up before I even got in that region, so that I could drive in, go to my delivery address, sleep in the bunk with my little shorty 12 gauge, unload first thing in the morning, get my ass back to Pennsylvania is usually where I was heading out of there, you know. So, well, how many miles of ground am I going to cover on my hike? It depends on where I go tomorrow. The one waterfall I'm going to go to would be a 3-mile round trip with a 220-foot elevation change. Not very drastic. The thing is hiking in, it's, see, people don't realize, they say, oh, well, it's only 200-foot elevation. Well, that's because there's a lot of positive negative swap offs, because it's like this for about a mile up and down like that. And then the last half mile is a 200-foot drop, 220-foot drop. So coming out, you got a 220-foot climb, and then you got all of those big ravines that you're crossing on the way out. But those nullify each other, because you'll drop down a ravine 100 feet and you'll come back out a ravine 100 feet. It's a negative. It's considered a negative. So there's no elevation change. So there's about 5 100-foot, close to 100-foot elevation changes in that first mile of about 100 feet each. And then you got the 220 down to the falls. So it's a lot of up and down, a lot of up and down. And that's only a 3-mile hike, mile and a half in, mile and a half out. But it feels, when you're done with it, it feels more like about a 5 to 6 mile hike. One of the other options I'm going to take is all uphill. That's about a 450-foot elevation change in about a mile. And climbing it, I'm not worried about with my ankle. It's coming back down. Yeah. I'm always more sure-footed climbing than versus coming down. And for any of you that hike a lot, actually downhill is harder on your body than uphill climbing. And then my third option, that's virtually all level going in, and that's about 2 miles in, 2 miles out. So that's 4 miles. So they're generally short, but 2 of them, it's the terrain, the elevation changes, that'll be the effort. Yeah. Patriot says, I gotta head off and get ready for B. Glad I could stop by. I'm also posting a video of me refurbishing my grandfather's old knife. Oh, awesome. Awesome, Patriot. I'm going to get over and check that out once it's up there. Yep, I surely will. I love that. Get ready for bed. Yeah. Yeah, Jerry's saying, been there, done that. Uh huh. Worked for Area for a while. Yeah, it was great having Warsaw Patriot here tonight. Great conversations. Great conversations tonight. And Patriot was a great contributor in the conversation. Yes. And again, our discussion when we went back to the cremation thing and burials and all that stuff. That's what I love about my channel and my what I call my people. You folks are my people. I'm sorry, I've taken possession. That's what I love about you folks. We get into these discussions, and then a person can say, "You might think I'm weird, but I." None of us think you're weird. We want to hear it, and then we share from our perspective how we see something. And tonight I saw 4 or 5 different perspectives on the same topics. And not a person walked out of here insulted by somebody because everybody here shows each other the respect that we were all raised differently. We all had different lives. We all had different impacts on our lives. We've all seen things in a different light than somebody else has. And we get to share all that. We get to share that with each other because we all respect each other. We all care. We all care. We don't want to hurt each other's feelings. We don't want to question somebody's integrity because they don't quite think the way I do. And that's what I love about my channel and my group of folks is that we learn so much from each other. We learn so much from each other. And it leaves us all with food for thought after the fact. I know I found myself on some of the streams, some of the issues that have come up the following day, rethinking it and going, huh, you know, maybe I should give a little more thought into what so and so was saying last night. It's not that I'm convinced, but it sure worked for them. Maybe I should give it a little more thought, a little more consideration. And that's what I love about this. Compton saying, I'm not up to snuff for one of those hikes just yet. It'll take a month or so to get back my stamina. That's the tough part. Yeah. Yeah. And I know I found that out with my heart surgery and with my gallbladder surgery. Both times I felt like $1,000,000. I really felt good. And I thought, I can do this. I just go out there and do it. I'm just going to go do it. But I wasn't paying attention to the fact that I could go to Walmart and in an hour, I want to go home. I need to go home, kick my feet up. I can't handle this. And there's no heavy terrain there. And I realized, oh man, I don't have the stamina to do it. And that's it. Is stamina comes with lower impact and building up. The stamina doesn't show up without any exertion. But if you go out there and push your stamina to the point where it's tapped, you're actually you're actually setting yourself back. And that's what I did with myself was I went out, pushed it, and found out I was farther behind because of it. And then I had to work my way back up to make it as far as I did the first time I went because I pushed it too soon. So yeah, I mean that's wise, Art Conklin. Supermom's been here the whole time listening. Oh, wow, that is nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I can always tell by basically the number of people in the chat versus the number of people in the house that I've got people that are they're just hanging out taking in what everybody's got to say. Yeah, that's, and I have. I'm the last person to tell somebody you shouldn't do that. You should be chatting. No, because I do that at other streams myself. Sometimes I can get more out of it by just watching what everybody else is saying and following along. Yeah, Cochran saying I did 2 miles Friday and about a mile and a half today. It's nice to get back out in the woods. There you go. There you go. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. Slow and steady will definitely win that race. Yeah, yeah. I love the outdoors so damn much. There's times where if the weather's just right, I just want to go out. And I don't care if I only hike 100 feet from my truck and find a nice spot to just sit my butt in the woods and just be alone out there for a while. But you know what? I'm working on that. You know what I end up doing is I'm going, ah, that weather's almost nice enough. I need to load up the kayak. I need to load up the trailer. I need to go haul everything out and go do that. But sometimes you got to put all of that stuff aside and just go out for the simple side of it. And that's what I'm going to be doing during this week is I'm going more for the simple side of it. Hey, more than enough. That's me. Been watching all your videos, but just sitting back enjoying. I always have the feeling you're there. Yeah, she said turns off the sound and just reads the chat. Whatever turns your cheese. uh, Thanks, Joran. And again, all of you. I mean, thanks, every one of you. Conklin, building a kayak's going to be your winter project. I always wanted to build a cedar strip kayak. A friend of mine built a beautiful one. Oh, dang. If I had that today, I'd be kayaking in style. He let me use it a couple of times. Now, this is 30 years ago that he built it. Oh, the thing was light as a feather, too. It weighed 41 pounds, and it was a 16-foot kayak. Oh, and it cut through the water like a knife through butter and easy to manage. And it had no keel in it, so you could run it in the water, you could run it on the lake. It was, yeah, I loved it. But the work he put into it to build it, it was pretty, pretty cool. If I had the shop and the space to build one, I would build one like he did. I did build a cedar strip canoe when I was in high school, and I worked out a deal with the school that they could auction it off and the money would go to the band. Well, they actually told me that's what they were going to do with it, whether I liked it or not. But it came down to the fact that a lot of parents in the school district heard about it and they said, well, did the school purchase all of the materials for that canoe? And did Sty get any kind of compensation for all of because I spent a full school year building it. They said, no, he used our equipment. And they said, well, what about the materials in his time? And they said, well, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was getting into. Well, I didn't really. I thought I was going to end up owning the kayak and that I might have to pay them something for the instruction and the use of their space and stuff. I didn't mind. But then I found out, no, that they believed it was their kayak from hell or high water, and they're going to sell it and put the band or the money to the band for their annual trip or something. So I suggested auction it off instead of just selling it outright. Advertise it as an auction, and we'll get a lot more money for it. Well, then some of the parents found out I wasn't going to get anything from it. It was just all the money was going to go to the band. They raised Cain. I didn't know they did this. It auctioned off, and they got $2,000 for that crazy 14-foot cedar strip canoe. That was sweet though. That canoe was sweet. That weighed 32 pounds. It was light. It'd be easy to portage. And out of the blue, I get a check given to me by the school district for $300 of that $2,000. They gave me $300, um, and the materials cost me about 100. So 200 of it was my time. So yeah, it worked out. But I love that. Yeah. Gary says I'm usually lurking in and out too. Yeah. Super mom saying Sty's voice is so relaxing and love all his story. I watch all his videos. You're great, Super mom. I don't know why you guys like my voice, other than Cheesehead. He he don't like it, but I don't know why people compliment the way I talk. I don't know. Um, yeah, Conklin, bachelor life rocks. Yeah, if I wasn't in an apartment building, I could see myself doing the same dang thing. I'd move some furniture out of this living room would work great because I got about 24 feet here, right down the center. In fact, I'd be able to have it far enough over. I'd still be able to sit here and have everything where it's at, and have my canoe going on over here. Um, yeah, Missy Ann. Yes, chicken strips, Missy. I remember that. Yeah, yeah. Now, see, everybody's, hey, I know that. Yeah, Conklin, I know who you are, Missy. Easy. Two kiwis in the stream. Yeah. Yeah. I love it that you folks from New Zealand are just, whenever I get folks from New Zealand, I get Aussies in here, or if I get folks from Alaska and anywhere in Europe, I just love it. I just love it. Um, you guys, uh, you folks from all over the world really make my day. That you make my day special because every one of you out there, all over the country, all over the world, you all live in places I wish I could be. I wish I could go. Um, you have people say, if you could go back, turn the clock back, and do anything different, what would you do? Well, all I would like to do is turn the clock back. I don't want to change anything as of this moment other than my age. I'd love to turn the clock back on my age and make me about 28 years old right now. 28 be a perfect number. 28 years old right now. In my current circumstances, with all the history and everything I've already experienced, because then I could look a little further down the road and say, I'm going out there. I'm going out there. I'm going to hit this spot, that spot. That I'm not going to miss that part of it. Um, it's not as if I haven't seen enough, but I'd love to. I would love to. Um, thanks, Evie. um, and then Bryce is saying it's been cloudy but warm today. I just mowed the backyard again. Whew. Yeah. You're you're just coming into summer, right? Down there in New Zealand? Conklin saying, I'm just glad there's normal folks on YouTube so the world doesn't think all Americans are like the folks on drama channels. Yes, yes, Conklin, that you're so right. You find out, you get this gives me hope when I see so many folks that, yeah, we're all living our lives and there's more of us normal folks than I realized before. Supermom's only 38. Notice I said only 38. To me, that's super young. I I'd love to be 38 again, but I can't be whining about it because I tell you what, for 62, I didn't think I'd live to be 62, and right now, I still think I might make it to 135. I'm not that physically shot, and at least what's left of this is still working, the old upstairs. So it's not getting full of cobwebs. So it's spring there. Yeah, yeah. I love that. I watched your video when you took that drive through the country. It's one of your it's not too far. I think you only had one or two videos after that or something. But that ride through the country, I sat here, I enjoyed every minute of it. Got to the end of it and I'm going, "Oh crap, it's over." So I replayed it a second time. I loved it. I love going for that ride with you there, Bryce. Yeah, Evie's saying, me neither. Love being a survivor of abuse has made me a stronger person. Yeah, yeah. You know, I look back and I go, God, the terrible things that have happened in my life, terrible, terrible things that have happened in my life. But look at where I'm at now. I can put a smile on my face. There were days I didn't think I'd ever smile again. And it's when you've overcome those hardships, the nastiness of the world. That's when you become a stronger person. Supermom says, "I feel old." Oh, don't feel old. Yeah, Conklin, that's it too. Is sometimes the wisdom that I feel I have, and then I try to share it with the much younger generations, and then they roll their eyes in their head, and they just like, "See, he's nuts. He's senile. He's gone crazy. He's an old fart." And I think back to the 60s when I was impressionable, and times have changed. I looked at it as I got to listen to these people. They're smart, these old folks. Evie says, I nearly had nearly all white hair at 42 years. Stopped dyeing my hair now. Good, good. I've been gray for, I've been gray uh, since I was about, I started really going gray at 38. Yeah. Yeah, Joran's 48. He kind of fooled me. He kind of fooled me. He's another one that gets to age gracefully. Oh, that's good, Bryce. Yeah, if you got more of that kind of thing in the planning, I tell you what, you get it up there, and if you only have one view, you can pretty much so count on it. It was me because I loved that ride. I don't, seeing the countryside there, especially for us that aren't there. It was so nice just to see how, and I wanted to ask you questions along that drive. Like I can tell there's areas where there's rows that they look like trees, but you can tell they're specific distances apart and they're in rows, and you can tell it's an agricultural thing. What are those? What are those trees? What I wanted to ask. There were a lot of times I was going to ask questions. Okay, Joran. Supermom saying it's going to be the first day of fall, but it feels like summer. Yeah, tomorrow's the first day of fall for us here in the US of A. And tomorrow and Tuesday is supposed to be the warmest days this week, but it's not supposed to drop below 65 for a high any of the days this week. So it's kind of fall feeling at night, in the late evening and night, but during the day it's still summery feeling here. Yes, super mom. 48 is young. Young, yes. Haha. Yep, Conklin, you're right. It's what you take out of that abuse and the struggles in life and how you apply that to yourself. And you make yourself strong. That's it. And some of the strongest people I've ever known. Oh, Supermom says I have a old soul. That's my problem too. Is I've got an old soul. I always have. When I was in my 20s, people would tell me, "Oh man, you're so young. Why do you live like and act like and think like somebody from 100 years ago?" I don't know. It's my lot in life, I guess. Um, yeah, 29 sometimes feels old as. Yeah, see, now that was me when we were living in northwestern Montana in the wilderness. I was in my late 20s, healthiest I've ever been in my life. I was 108, 6 foot one, 185 pounds of nothing but muscle and sinew out there. I could hike, I could put in a 20-mile day and not think twice of it. And the only reason I only put in 20 miles was because you ran out of daylight. I never ran out of steam or stamina. I loved it. But there were times I'd get back home, back in the camp, and I'd sit down and I'd go, oh man, do I ache. And I felt old. I felt old at 28 years old. And my kids, my own children would call me an old fart, in my late 20s. Yeah, that's it, Evie. Your body might be old, but mind is still young. That's it. I refuse to grow old up here. It's the new nose and the ear hair. Yeah, that's yeah. They make these neat little buzzers for that ear hair and the nose. Nobody knows. Yeah, yeah. Evie says I had salt and pepper hair at 21 years old. Told people I spent a lot of money to get the look when it was natural. Yeah, yes, yeah, yeah. I was about 21, about 21 when I I started getting a little salt and pepper here and there, and but my hair was, I didn't like it so much because my hair was almost like a dark brown and auburn mixed. Same with my beard was black, brown, and auburn colored, almost red. Um, so when I'd get them long, straight grays in there, they really stood out. Then I started growing my hair real long and tying it in a tail because then I was wearing a hat all the time, hiding the gray more than anything. I don't know why. Like how the world does an eyebrow hair grow 3 inches overnight. Yeah, Bryce is saying that's why I do it, Sty. And ask away in the comments. I do answer comments. I think I'm going to throw that in the comments for you. And I'll give you a timestamp on the video so you know what plants I, you know, what item I saw and I'm curious about. I loved that ride. I just loved it. I could say, boy, if I lived there, I'd be taking that ride just for the ride. Joran says, no, I feel old, ancient. Oh, it's been up in the 80s there. Yeah, I love having an old soul too. And I think that's why. And a lot of people say, oh, Sty, you've got such a soft heart. You know, no, it's not a soft heart. I think my heart's been become more understanding. And I've opened my heart up to the world around me. And and there's times where old Sty's heart just aches because I see what people are going through today, and they don't have that old soul kind of frame of mind where it's just like, yeah, boy, the world can throw a heap of crap at you, but you know what? You do get up in the morning and you do move on. And if you can put a smile on your face, man, it's going to be a little easier. It's going to be a little easier. Doesn't mean it's going to be good, but it might be a little easier. Yeah. There you go, Gary. Absolutely. What don't kill you will make you stronger, although you could be sick a long time. That's true. That's true. Oh, you dyed your hair salt and pepper color. Yeah, cool. Um, I don't see. I'm a person where if a person wants to dye their hair a certain color, I don't care. It's fine. If as long as you can tell if they like it because they wear it well, it becomes part of them. And if that's what they want to do, to me, dyeing hair is no different than someone that wants to wear an earring. It's no different than me wanting a big beard. It's no different. We do that all the time. And if I alter my looks, I'm not doing it for anybody else. I do it for me because that's what I wanted. I wanted that change. And yeah, Conklin, me too. I've watched so many documentaries, and I watched Teacup when she did that. I don't know what to call it than like an internship. She went and she worked with a New Zealand farm family, which wasn't what you would call a mainstream documentary. It was just her experience while there, and it was so great. It was so great to watch her. Evie says one of my brothers had brown hair and a ginger beard. My other brother has brown hair and his beard is blonde, ginger, and black, like a tortoiseshell cat. Oh, wow. Yeah, see my beard. I don't know if you folks saw. I can pop that up. It only takes a second. I'll pop that up real quick. And this is what I looked like back in 1978. And you can get somewhat of an idea of my hair color and my beard color. The only problem is this photo that I scanned in is yellowed from all the years, but that's it. That's it. It was black, brownish, and auburn, almost a red. So, yeah, Sty's changed quite a bit over the years. Um, yeah, yeah, Bryce, you're right. Some areas they seem common. They seem just common, and then other areas are just amazing. And I agree with you 100%. That's the way it is all over the world. I've had people say, "Oh, such and such a place, it's the most beautiful place you ever saw." And you go to see it, and you're traveling for miles and miles through the most boring garbage you ever seen. It's like, what in the world? And then you get to this spot, and here, this tiny little spot in this big world is just gorgeous and beautiful, but everything around it was just very common and very plain. And that's it. Is I think every place holds its own little jewel. Oh, 62. See, now that would 62 Fahrenheit. That would feel like spring. Yeah. Supermom. I am one of a kind. LOL. Absolutely. I believe it. And that's what I am, is one of a kind. You ain't gonna find another Sty out there. I'm pretty sure of it. Conklin says looks like running water. I do have to say my boy does take after me. I just the poor kid. Cute. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 78. Oh my gosh. Almost 50 years ago, eh? Uh, um, yeah, I'm as good looking as I could be with all, all the rugged roads I've been down. I guess I don't look as rough as I could. I could look a lot rougher. Um, Thank you, Supermom. That's a compliment. That I don't deserve. Conklin says Niagara Falls was a little disappointing. They look bigger in the pics and postcards. Yeah, I noticed that too, Conklin. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? And then I can remember seeing photos in the Grand Tetons that I thought, oh, you'll never see mountains so beautiful and so rugged anywhere else. You just won't see it. And then up in northwestern Montana, I hiked way up in the back country in the Cabinet Wilderness area. And I looked out over this one vista, and I could see for miles and miles and miles of some of the most rugged mountainous terrain you ever saw. And I thought, all these beautiful pictures of the Grand Tetons, Yellowstone, and Glacier National Park don't even come close to seeing this in person. And we took pictures, and I looked at the pictures, I go, that don't even look like where we were. So it is kind of disappointing sometimes when you see these what are supposed to be these glorious things, and you get there and you go, oh, okay. And that don't that's funny. That's good that you confuse people. I don't know if you saw the videos of that I talked about Ruthie at Ruthie's Cafe. That gal was 78 years old, and I'm not kidding. If you saw her from the back or even from the front, but you didn't see her face, you couldn't see her face, but you just saw her and the way she carried herself and the way she acted and her hair, the length of her hair, even though it was gray, and it was a nice consistent gray, real consistent color, not real salt and peppery, just almost a pure gray. And it was long and full, and her hair was vibrant, just full. You would, I'm not kidding, you would say that's a gal in her early to mid 20s. The minute you saw her face and you go, oh my gosh, they dug up Cleopatra and she hasn't aged well. Yeah, yeah, it was crazy. 78 was the year your brother was born. Yeah, I got married in 1975. Running Water in 78 was already born, and my oldest daughter. Yeah, okay. StreamYard's been doing a couple of weird things lately. Um, Evie saying my nephew went to the Niagara Falls and said it is just water going over the hill. Yeah, yeah. And I okay, that was my favorite part of trucking 48 states. I got to see a lot of beautiful landscapes. That was one of the things I loved too when I was over the road. I got to see a lot of country. And then fortunately, I got to lay over in some very nice places and had time to go investigate and explore. Yeah. So my few years of over the road driving, I enjoyed it, really did. The you talk about I don't know if I even have it on here. Oh, I guess not. I didn't transfer it over to the StreamYard yet, so guess I can't show it to you. But um, I was just going to show you one of my favorite waterfalls, and I've had people say, "What's the big deal? That's not it's not a big majestic waterfall." And it's still my one of my absolute favorites, um, just because of the feeling you get when you're at that waterfall and how close you can get to it, and it has nothing where it's you feel like you've come like you're the first one to come across it to ever come across it. And there used to be a waterfall up in northern Minnesota that was very, very difficult to get to, and it was about a 2.5 mile hike into it. And my ex-wife and I, when we first got married, we went up there and hiked into that waterfall, um, and we loved it. We got photos of each of us right on the edge of this waterfall, and it's the largest waterfall in the state of Minnesota, but it's so difficult to get to. There was no road that got you near it at all at that time. Now there's a road gets you within quarter of a mile, little walk down and the observation deck, and I don't think I'd like that waterfall anymore. But boy, back then in 1976, oh my Lord, did we love those waterfalls. Yeah, Supermom, I'm a waterfall freak. I just I I would love to own a cottage close enough to a waterfall that I can just hear waterfall going 24 hours a day. I can walk out of my place and in a short little walk be right at the waterfalls, right at the foot of the waterfalls. I would I would love that. I yeah, I got my waterfalls um playlist on my YouTube homepage, but it's way down. I think I need to move that back up for a while. Maybe get a little more exposure on that page, but but the waterfalls that I'm planning to go see this week are all in that playlist, and they'll be back on that. They'll just I'm back out there again. you know, I just can't quit going to those. Bryce is saying I'll try to get a waterfall video soon. Got a small one a tad bit north of me. Also got a big drive video to do sometime. Oh, that'd be so awesome, Bryce. That'd be so awesome. There was a channel, I can't remember his name now. I have to see if I can track him down. But he was doing Waterfall Wednesdays, where every Wednesday he'd have a new waterfall that he had videoed. And they're short videos, but they're beautiful waterfalls. And he's from the Pacific Northwest. And all of a sudden he quit doing them. He just quit doing them. And I messaged him. I said, "What happened? Why aren't you doing them?" And he never. I tried messaging him 2 3 times, and he never responded. I don't know if he's just given up on them or what, but he said that he had a list of over 30 waterfalls that he was going to do, and he only got about 6 or 7 of them up on his channel. Um, it was kind of disappointing because they're waterfalls I wouldn't be able to get to. You know, logistically, I can't go all the way to the Pacific Northwest just go look at a couple waterfalls. So Evie's walking distance from a waterfall. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, can't beat that. Yeah, super mom. Yeah. Conklin says, "Me too, super mom. I'll let you do the wood chopping." Yeah. See, and that's something I've got the word out that if anybody out there in my northern tier, northern North Country up here anywhere, has a private piece of property with an old cottage on it that is no longer in use, and it can even be in a little bit of disrepair. And it does not have to have electricity. In fact, I'd prefer that it does not have electricity. Um, and it does not have to have running water, and it does not have to have a modern toilet. If they would be willing to give me a perpetual lease. In other words, until I die kind of lease on a rundown old cottage that they're just not using, that they don't plan on using, and gonna just let go to disrepair. That if they gave me a perpetual lease till just until I die, I would repair the cottage to the point where it was usable, and I would live in it, as long as it's remote, as long as it's remote, out in the woods, and preferably near water. And it doesn't even have to be technically running water, like a river. It doesn't have to be a river. There's a small creek close by, a beaver pond, any standing water at all, better yet. But if I could find that, I would go back off grid again and spend the rest of my life off grid. I had my YouTube channel off grid. I had a generator, and I just get another generator. But yeah, and I put up all my own firewood. I actually was putting up firewood for three of us, three buildings. I was putting up 24 full cord of wood for every winter, for 3 years in a row. And I was 58 years old at the time. That's only 4 years ago. And I surely could do it still. No problem. Yeah, I loved living off grid. Supermom says, I know this is a dream, but when all my kids get older and out of the house, I want to live in a camper and travel all around. That's my other option. And I'm looking at it. I don't know what's going to happen. But I figure if it happens, it needs to happen by this time next year. I have to make my decision within about 6 months, and then 12 months from now, I I would have to be ready to hit the road. But I'm thinking of a possible RV and giving up my home here and just living out of an RV. Um, no, Supermom, I don't live in a cabin. I used to. I used to. This is an apartment. I live in an apartment building, believe it or not. And it's tough. It's tough for me because I'm either in this little nutshell of a apartment or I'm outdoors. I'm out in the woods. Um, I'm only in this apartment because family and society expects it of me, I guess. And I haven't found the opportunity yet to get out of this apartment and be off grid. And it's either going to be in an RV or a converted school bus. I'm considering that. Um, and yeah, get back. That would put me back where I truly felt at home. Um, Confident saying a 10 by 10 can be built in North Carolina and not require a permit. Just need a cheap piece of land. Yeah, yeah. Um, Here, Super Supermom says, Sty, you should. That's just my opinion. I I would not be in this apartment. I'd still be living in. It was the second Sty Shack I had in 5 years. Probably if I had not had my heart attack. My heart attack put me in a situation where I kind of got stuck into this modern town life. Yeah, yeah, an 8 by 14 box fan. I had an old bread truck once, and if I could get myself a hold of one and I felt it was highway sound, I would do a conversion of one. Absolutely. I had one years and years ago. I loved it. It was great. It wasn't as roadworthy as it should have been, though. Me and two buddies took off in it and headed for Denver, Colorado. Yeah, we made it to Denver, turned around, got about 100 miles out of Denver, and the thing broke down and ran just enough for me to drive it out into the prairie a ways. And then we took the stuff we wanted out of it, walked back to the highway, and stuck our thumbs out and came back to Wisconsin. Um, yeah, here, certain counties have you could. I built, and they're beautiful. I love them. I built one, two, three, four, five. I built five of these already, and they're called star plate buildings. Okay, they're these star plates, and you end up building a five-sided building out of them. And they build corn cribs out of them. They build gazebos out of them. They build all kinds of chicken houses out of them, all kinds of stuff. Well, we figured out how we could use those star plates and expand their plans. And I built two that had used 16-foot timbers in it. And they ended up huge. They ended up huge, from one flat wall to the opposite pointed corner wall. We were getting 24 feet. So it's like having about a 22-foot diameter, um, inside that five-sided, basically round building. Um, and you can build one, insulate it, put a loft in it, and have this huge downstairs kitchen, living room area, and a loft in it, and have it fully finished and livable for about $1,500. It's pretty cheap. $1,500. I just need a piece of land to put it on, to build one on. I love that how this is being put. Okay, um, Bryce is saying flip flop weather isn't far away. Evie, love to live out no wop wops. Um, Yoren saying, well, I wish I had a cabin in the middle of the woods. Don't we all? It seems like everybody that follows me is just like, oh, if I only had a cottage out in the woods, you know? Yeah. Um, Supermom said, Sty, I had three heartaches. One when I was 27, the other when I was 30, and when I was 33. Oh, wow. Exactly 3 years apart. Three heartaches, exactly 3 years apart each. Bryce says, just far enough out of the city to have some solstice and peace. Excuse me. From the city would be my dream. Yeah. Conklin saying an old concrete grain silo would make a cool house. Yeah, I've seen where some folks had done that. I've seen where people have taken, they'll knock a silo down, but they'll salvage the cap. They'll take the cap down, then they'll knock the silo down. Then they'll take the staves that make the concrete silo and the bands, and they'll stave and band for about 8 feet, and then they put that dome back on it. It's only 8 feet tall, but with that dome on it, makes the center about 16 feet. And they put a loft in it, and they use the round downstairs and the nice big round loft up above with like a spiral staircase in the center. I saw two of those built like that, and I thought those were awesome. I thought they were absolutely awesome, and they're pretty darn good in stormy weather too. Evie says, "Live with the creek behind me, so wilderness not far from me. I am so lucky." Yeah. See, now that's it. Is when I lived up at my wilderness camp up at Camp WTF. I love that. That was absolutely perfect as far as I was concerned because it was 6.5 miles to the nearest occupied private home. Okay. It was 8 miles to the nearest town, which that town only has a population of about 180 people. A tiny place. The next biggest town was about 15 miles away. I was able to leave the homestead and go to town. I went to the big town where I live now, which was a 40-minute drive once a month. Once a month, I drove all the way to Ashland, Wisconsin, and I'd get a month's worth of supplies. I'd get all of my lamp oil, I'd get all of my gasoline on that trip for my generator for a month. I'd get all of my foodstuffs that I needed for a month, all my supplemental foodstuffs and dry goods, everything I needed for that month. One trip. Load up the back of my rig, haul it back out to my homestead, and I wouldn't come back out for a month. I loved it. I loved it. And it's everybody goes, "Oh, but no company, you never see people." No, that's not true. I would see people even if I didn't have clients. If it was off season, I had no clients. I'd see people every single month. 2, 3 times during the month I was certain to see people. There were times I'd be hiking down the road that I lived on, which was just an old forest road that rough, nasty. Most people didn't dare drive down it. There was still always somebody crazy enough to drive down it. And I'd be hiking down that road and here come a vehicle. And they'd always stop and they'd ask, "What are you doing out here?" "Oh, by the way, did you see that cut through the timber up there by that creek?" "Yeah, it looked like a driveway or something." "Yeah, that's my homestead." And I had people, I'd tell them, invite them, come on up, sit around the campfire this afternoon. We'll start a fire this afternoon. We'll sit around, have a couple of drinks or a couple cups of coffee. And so, yeah. Supermom saying, "Jorn, I will join you in a cabin. LOL. I love cabins." There you go. Conklin, yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah. Wish I had been born rich instead of good looking. It's yeah. Evie's telling Supermom it sounds freaky, and Supermom said, "Oops, didn't mean to sound freaky." Yeah, you do. Yeah. Well, and that's it. Is I got a couple of gals that they like to go short hikes. They like to see waterfalls and things, and they hike with me all the time. And they keep saying, "Sty, you need to find a companion, this and that." And I said, "Okay, you find me a gal that's willing to live totally off grid, um, that doesn't have to go have her nails done twice a month, doesn't mind splitting and carrying wood, you know, introduce her to me. Make a good companion. Someone that doesn't mind sitting with an oil lamp and reading as an entertainment in the evening. Um, yeah, I wouldn't mind at all. Hey, Shalino, welcome. I like that. Hello, everyone, and a thumbs up and waving. Yes. Thanks for stopping in to say hi. Bryce is saying, I don't, Conklin, I wouldn't have been bestowed the life knowledge that I have now if I had been born rich. Well, that's me too. That's me too. Now would be a good time for me to become rich. You know, everybody gets asked that question. What if you won millions of dollars? I know exactly what I'd do with it. Every last cent of it, too. Um, and I wouldn't be any different. I, I'd still be me. I'd still be me. I'd have all my needs would be met at the best level possible. All my needs. And I'd have a very large remote piece of property, and I'd establish a perpetual annuity that would pay the property taxes and the maintenance of the property for as long as money lasts. And I'd establish a wilderness retreat, is what I would establish. And it would be designed not for the rich people. Well, the rich people can come, but those that wanted to come and learn outdoor skills and experience an outdoor environment on a primitive scale would be able to come there income based on their income. If you're living on disability or social security and you're getting less than $1,000 a month and it costs $1,000 to spend a week in camp, guess what? You get to come to camp for $50. Now the guy that's making $150,000 a year, guess what? You're paying $1,000 a week. Yep. Be plain and simple. One time when we had a power cut, I put a candle beside my daughter as she wanted to read. She said, "Wow, it works." Yeah, isn't that something, huh? Yeah, yeah. Oh, I read those little tea lights, little tea candles, tea light candles. They're cheap, and I used to buy them by the case. I get a case of, I think there was 400 in the case, and it would cost me about $20. And I burned the each one lasts 2 hours. So I'd light one, have it on my table in my Sty Shack, and that would illuminate just generally the Sty Shack. And then where I sat and read, I used my oil lantern, and and then I came across a few extra dollars. I bought myself a couple of nice portable little solar lamps that I could hang out on my porch every morning. And by the end of the day, I take those two solar lamps down, and they'd give me a full 8 hours of light to read by. And I still burnt my candles, so then I started burning a couple candles a night just for the ambiance. There you go, an off-grid tiny house artist community in the woods. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it works better than a torch. Yeah. See, and that's the thing too is I can remember as a kid, my grandparents on the farm, I mean, they grew up not having power, and you did not waste coal oil in the lamps. You just didn't waste it. So you didn't have a lamp on unless you absolutely needed it. And both of them said when the sun went down and it got dark in the house, there was a couple of lights, a couple of oil lamps that would be lit, one in the kitchen and one in the front room in the living room. And when it was bedtime for everyone. And those two lamps would be taken room to room, get the kids settled in. Then mom and pop would take the two lamps. They turn they turn one way down and be in the hallway, and the other one they take into their bedroom. They get themselves put to bed, and they blow that lamp out. And one would sit out in that hallway with just a tiny flame, just a little bit of glow in the hallway. But they all went to bed at the same time, and it was the kind of thing where if you wanted to read, three people might be around that one lamp to read. It, they don't each get their own lamp. There's enough light for all three of them. So they maximized everything. But think about it. Think how close that got people. They're sitting there reading their own books, but yet they're together. They're still there with each other. You know? Yeah, Conklin, also known as a hippie commune. uh, yeah, sort of, kind of. Yeah. The Yeah, you guys, I was gonna end this stream at 3 hours, wasn't I? We're coming on the 4 hour mark. Got 3 minutes. I'm gonna be wrapping it up in that 3 minutes, guys. Um, it's 11 p.m. here in northern Wisconsin. I've got about an hour. Yeah, about an hour to put all my gear together that I got to throw in the truck for my excursions this week. So, yeah. Supermom says, I'm not trying to sound mean, but I'm not a people person, so I would love to live far in the woods. Neighbors are not close by, and I have to drive an hour to get to the city. That's where I was, Supermom, and I'm telling you, I loved it. And you know what? Because I'm a people person if I have to be around people. That doesn't mean I don't prefer my own time. That I don't like. See, I like myself. I like myself. I'm good enough company for myself. But I enjoy company with like-minded people. And where I lived, 99% of the time, that's all I ever came in contact with were like-minded people. So it felt like I wasn't in a lot of human contact, and I didn't have to deal with townies, with people from town, and I loved it. I loved it, and I miss it every moment of every day. Yeah. Yes, Conklin, it's been great chatting with you. You guys are all wonderful. Thanks for being here. Yeah, time does go fast, doesn't it? You people are so fun to have conversations with, and we can talk about almost anything. Yeah. Thanks, Bryce. Loved having you here. Hey, yeah, yeah, I will. Don't worry about it, Bryce. Anytime you're out and about, yeah, I know I'm going to enjoy it. That video sold me on your channel. Evie says I have scoliosis, so walk strange. The neighbors think I'm always drunk. The um, yeah. Thanks, Yoren. Yeah, Evie. Don't you hate that? When I was having trouble controlling my diabetes, quite often I'd have lows or I'd have real highs. And diabetics, when they have one extreme or the other, they act like they're intoxicated. And for the longest time, I actually wore a T-shirt that said on the back of it, it says, "If I appear to be intoxicated, offer me some sugar." or ask me if I have checked my sugars. That's the way it was written out. And at the bottom it said, because I'm diabetic. Because people they'd say, oh, look at that drunk. Look at that drunk. And then I'd finally get to my car and I'd grab my test kit, test my blood sugar, and find out, yeah, I'm about 4 points away from going into a diabetic shock or a coma. And these people are calling me a drunk, you know. Yes, Bryce, that's the key here. That's the key here is the respect that everybody shows each other. Yeah, yeah. We're all warm blooded, breathing people. We all have hearts that can be broken, and we all have feelings. We all feel physical pain. So why inflict any more hardship on each other? That's the way I see my channel. No, we come here to lift each other up and share and lean on each other when we need it. And yeah, I don't want anybody here that's out to disrespect or hurt anybody in any fashion. Absolutely. Yeah. Evie said, sorry for diabetics. Has it is an emergency when low. Yeah. Same with the highs. Yeah. 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 It can go either way. The highest I ever had was this 672. That almost killed me. Lowest I ever had was a 31. And I did go into a short coma on that one. I came out of the coma in a total panic and I fell out of bed and I crawled through the house. And then I came to, I'm propped up against the refrigerator in my kitchen with my ex wife yelling at me that the ambulance is on its way, blah, blah, blah. And she's trying to test my blood sugar. And that was when it hit the low 30s. And I had gotten to the refrigerator and had a quart carton of eggnog, and I drank that. She said you drank almost the whole quart and then you passed out. And my sugars, after she tested them, my sugars had come up. They were at 50 something. And they got me to the hospital, and yeah, it took a while to get my sugar stable again after that. But I don't deal with it anymore. I don't have those issues. I check. There's times I think my blood sugar's way high or way low. I check it and I go, doggone it, it's normal. I guess I just feel like crap today. you know. So I'm so happy with that. So, but okay, guys, I'm gonna be shutting it down. Love y'all. Love y'all. Just the best folks. Just the absolute best folks in here. It's been a wonderful night. 4 hours of great conversation. I've never seen it drop below 10 folks in the house. So, hey, yeah, yeah. The love is equal, guys. The love is so equal. You have all become a big part of this old boy's heart. Yeah, my heart and my life. Yeah, I only have two parts of my life. That's you folks and the great outdoors. So, love y'all, and I'm going to be shutting down. Good night. Don't forget, Thursday night, if you're available, around the campfire, I might do a surprise stream Tuesday night. We'll see. So just keep your eyes and ears open if I do. Okay. Love you guys. We'll we'll see you tomorrow or Tuesday or possibly Thursday. Have a good one, everybody.